drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
Sorry, I took a bite of trail mix. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you now? Conservative liberalism, second like reporting in. Thank you kindly. I parasocially love you guys. I hope you're having a good day. Don't worry. We will be doing story time. We'll just be doing story time tomorrow. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. We'll be doing story time tomorrow because so many funny things happened over the past couple of days that I have to address it while it's still going on. Like, I'm going to go download. I should have done it earlier, but I'm going to go download the Rob Noerr video so he can't download it, or excuse me, he can't remove it. What? What's that? Rob Noerr. It starts out like a little slow, where at the 30-minute mark, he's still kind of like addressing his chat. He's still kind of warming up. And then what ends up happening is legitimately one of the funniest political crash outs I've seen in a long time. It's awesome. So I'm actually really excited today. I'm really excited to be with you guys. Story time. What did I miss? Conservative liberalism says, what did I miss? The weekend always leaves me confused when I go back online. Our good friend Rob did something. Step on a rake. Let's go. Good morning, Grill Hottest. Yo, Randy, Jonah, Josh, well, QC. Yeah, no, good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let me explain. So last week we did something a little experimental. Hi, Kay. Hi, Kay. Remind me, get Grassroots. Actually, I think I got Grassroots here. He DM'd me your guys' inaugural episode, I think. So I'll plug that intermittently. Where is it? We talked about guns for so long. Where did he send it to me? Either you or Grassroots on Discord. Send me your guys' inaugural episode. But community member K did a inaugural live stream episode. Oh, here we go. So if you want to copy this, save it for later, and check it out, there you go. There's the Morally Loaded podcast, and that's a community member named Kay. Also, I want to thank you guys for supporting King Solidus. So King Solidus, I think Doobie, I DM'd him. He was saying, "Oh, I'm going to do a fundraiser," but he already reached his goal. Well, he reached his intermediate goal of $1,200, and that was largely thanks to you guys. So basically, like, he started with, I don't know, $20, $50 from a family member or friend, but then we got him up to like 950. And then I think some friends or some family members pushed him over the line to 1,000, and then Doobie donated another 1,200. So out of a $2,000 goal, this is a working class guy. He's a normal dude. I'll share my screen just so you can see him. Entire screen. But King Solidus is just a normal working class schmo. His shoulders all fucked up. He's got a family to support. He's going on FMLA. His deductible is $2,000. You guys are responsible as a community. You're probably responsible for $1,000 of the $1,200 raised. So I know, because I've done fundraising stuff in the past, that with fundraisers, with fundraisers, like the first 24 to 48 hours, it determines the momentum of the fundraiser. Like if you get $5 in the first 24 to 48 hours, that's just the way that it's going to be. You're going to get $5, $10, $5 here, $10 there. Whereas if people actually pay attention and they knock it out, then they typically the fundraiser will do well. So what I'm saying is thank you. Okay. I'm saying thank you. Thank you to this community. Thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting people like Kay. Thank you for supporting King Solidus. Thank you for supporting me. I genuinely could not have a better community. You guys are amazing. But for now, let's just check in with, and I don't think I answered the question of story time. What did I miss? For story time, what we did last week was an experimental thing. On Monday, I think it was Monday, instead of covering the content of the day, what I did is I just yapped for 4.5 hours. And I told my Marine Corps story from high school to the Iraq deployment. And then it was basically 4.5 hours of me just extemporaneously narrating my life during that time period. And it was awesome. Like we only had like 60, 70 viewers throughout the day. So we were kind of like, I don't know, substantively lower than we normally are. We're normally at 100 to 150, depending on the topic. But what ended up happening was everybody had a really good time. There was lots of cool questions. There was lots of interesting insights, and the chat was super generous with their super chats. So I was going to keep that going where basically on Mondays, maybe I just tell my war stories from law enforcement and the Marine Corps. And this week, probably tomorrow, when we're on the home channel, I'm going to do Iraq deployment, California, PTSD after I got out of service. And then maybe we'll get into like what my psychology was getting back into law enforcement. And then maybe the following week we'll do law enforcement. But we'll just keep going with war stories as long as people are entertained. Conserve says, our good friend Rob did something, step on a rake. Yes, a very funny rake. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and download it. That way he can't take it down halfway through my stream, like happened last time. Last time he downloaded it and then he put it back up, so that was kind of funny. Tezzy, good to see you. Gen X, good to see you. Beef Supreme, good to see you. Conservative Liberalism, Tezzy, Gen 07, true. Here is Kay's, also known as Morally Loaded. That's her new podcast. Well, QC John says, I'm a true outdoorsman. I will be crappy fishing in the snow today. That's awesome. Rob with a W says, greeting boys and girls. Good to see you, Rob. Conservative Liberalism says, Doobie is a real one. I threw some change in the kitty, but 1,200 king shit. Well, he didn't throw a whole 1,200. He threw 200 in there, but 200 is nothing to shake a stick at. You know what I'm saying? So 200 is awesome. And plenty of you guys did the other stuff. You did, the 200, the 300, the 100, the 50s, the 20s, the 10s, and that cumulatively added up to $1,200. So, we're just trying to help a bro out. Fast and Bulbous has finally figured out why I can't stand Prime Kai. He's condescending and also severely autistic, and humans innately know you can't be both. Yeah, I like Prime, but I like Prime because he's my friend, because I've known him for 5 years, and he's a panel host who has put me on dozens of times, and he was actually the hookup for me to get on Tim Pool, believe it or not. So I like Prime for a variety of reasons personally. However, I do think that I'll put it this way, we disagree viscerally on politics, like to the point that I do think he's wrong about a lot of his stuff, but he can also be, because he's a panel host, he can also be like, no, shut up, you need to listen to me right now. And that can be off-putting. Naster Games says, hello, I'm well. Good to see you. Conservative Liberalism says, ooh, right, Monday was going to be a reoccurring thing. Forgot you said that. Yeah. Hi, King Solidus. Good to see you. Good day, Solidus. Hope your weekend was a good one. True. Did we get pics of 24-year-old Connor? We can. We can get pictures of 24-year-old Connor. We absolutely can. It's pronounced crappie here in Louisiana. I know because I introduced a bill in our legislative committee and they all laughed at me. That's funny. Nice. It would be funny if fish was called crappie, but crappie is probably better. Conservative Liberalism says the story stuff was good. Looking forward to deployment and law enforcement arcs. My great uncle was state patrol for 40 plus years and he never ran out of crazy tales. That's one of the funny things, ma'am. So for my deployment, I'm only going to have a few stories. I'm going to have the one time that I took indirect fire. I'm going to have the time that I almost ambushed some Iraqi interpreters. I'm going to have the one time that there was this like murderous asshole on the bus. And then realistically, the rest of Iraq is going to be, working out and environmental stuff and the haboob, which is a desert storm, a haboob. I experienced a haboob and it was very cool. And yeah, it's mostly going to be like the psychology of it more than anything else. It was kind of it was more psychological than it was anything else. Realistically, like the potential violence or the potential accidents were fairly low. But Jesus, grassroots, I parasocially love you, bud. Gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships, kicking us off today. Thank you, grassroots. I appreciate you. And so yeah, so I'll have some Iraq stories. But realistically, what I might do is I might write down some of the cooler war stories that I had from friends in Iraq, because I had a friend in the security company. He took IED shrapnel from a IED. I had a forward spotter who told me about his OIF deployment that he did back in 04. I had a mortuary affairs guy who was all PTSD'd the fuck out because basically the building that he was working in previously, the last time he had been there were hundreds of corpses in it, and he had to do mortuary affairs stuff where you're basically walking around picking up body parts. So that dude was fucked up. I had a gunnery sergeant who shot a suicide bomber. And then also I had a gunnery sergeant who was from the place previous that, or the unit previous that had gotten into a grenade hot potato fight with some insurgents at the Haditha Dam. So yeah, there's crazy stories. There's all sorts of crazy stories. They're just not mine. So I'll retell some of those stories because some of them are awesome. So Valor reacts to Jarhead. Of course, we'll get there. This past week, I wasn't available like 2 weeks ago, and then Dan Pace wasn't available last week. If Dan Pace is available, we're going to keep going. I love hanging out with Dan, and I think Dan loves hanging out with us. So yeah, Dan and I are gonna be reacting to war movies until the star burns out. You experienced whose boobs now? I experienced ha boobs. Haboobs. If you Google it, HABOOBS, it's actually not going to pull up naked women. It's going to pull up desert storms. Rob with a W says, I very recently learned the term haboob, and I was serious to be in my deep 30s before I learned it. I know. It's a great word, right? Patriarch, another Oiler. Thank you, King, with another 10 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. And thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Christian Valeris. Thank you, Garasu Touchmon. Thank you, Gen X. Thank you, Dr. Zayas. Thank you, Newmanax. Thank you, everybody that I can't think of right now. Thank you for your viewership, but also thank you for your support. Patriarch, thank you for renewing your membership and saying, get on the train, losers. True. Thank you. Band for band on memberships. I know. Thank you, guys. Gen X, band for band, renewed their membership. Thank you, Queen. I appreciate you. Isn't it crappie? Well, apparently. Grenade hot potato sounds intense. Well, I'll give you the too long didn't read of it, okay? Emmanuel Rondon. So there was a gunnery sergeant, and he got a Bronze Star with a V, which is a combat. You only get it if you're in hostile action. And I'll give you the too long didn't read. So the too long didn't read was, I think I went to his award ceremony because he was on the previous unit and they were awarding him as we were doing the unit transition. And he got the Bronze Star with a V. He was stationed at Haditha Dam, and Haditha Dam is an important dam because it controls like hydroelectric power for Al Anbar province. And it was one of the first places that we secured when we invaded because it was so like critically important that it doesn't get blown up. And so this guy sits there for like 7 months and nothing happens. He's just in the desert, chilling. Nobody's attacking the dam. He's on guard duty. He's got maybe half a dozen to a dozen Marines in order to guard this dam, but he's chilling. I think the way that this was told to me, they set up a guard shack. There's an approach up to the dam, and there's a guard shack on top of on the approach. and they set up like effectively a machine gun position at the top of the guard post. And if I tell the story improperly and the person who actually lived it hears me and I say it improperly, sorry, but this is the way that the story was told to me. And so what happened was half a dozen insurgents crept up to the guard post, but they couldn't shoot at each other because the hill of the angle, or the angle of the hill, was so bad that effectively that if you were shooting with an AK, you couldn't really see the Marines on top, and the Marines they had a machine gun, but they couldn't put it down in order to shoot at the guys that were below them. All they could shoot at each other with was small arms. So what happened was the insurgents crept up to the outpost and they started hurling grenades up at the guard shack. And so this guy is just getting Russian potato grenades. Like they basically look like tiny green potatoes with a stick sticking out the top of them. And so he's just like hanging out. He hears some people whispering and muttering in Arabic. He looks down, and then some dickheads throw some potato grenades, and he doesn't have time to shoot them. So he has to grab the grenade and throw it back at the insurgents. And so they keep doing this like half a dozen times, where the insurgents are throwing grenades up and he's grabbing the grenades and throwing them back down at the insurgents. And then I think he killed and wounded several of them, and then the other ones ran off. But yeah, imagine how terrifying it is to have a piece of explosive metal thrown at you, and then you have to pick it up and throw it back before it explodes in your hands. So that's how he got his Bronze Star with a V for valor, was instead of freaking out and getting blown up by Russian grenades, he grabbed Russian grenades and threw them back at bad guys, killing and wounding several. Hearshot says Ben Shapiro hasn't eviscerated anyone since his Destiny debate. Well, I actually think the Megyn Kelly debate is pretty spicy. Don't have much military in my family, but my gramps fought for this country in Korea after being interred by this country for being Japanese. Absolute Giga Chad. Based. Ha, boobs. True. Whole fried crappie is good. Brings back camping memories with the Thai family. Or with the family, I'm assuming, but cool. I collect habubus. Good morning. I only know what that is because of my kids. Good morning, all. Happy birthday to the only legally armed cult. True. True. We got what? November 10th, 1775. It's the Marine Corps birthday. I should be getting drunk, but I probably won't. You describing the lines of fire sounds like a Benny Hill skit. Well, it's funny after the fact. It's funny after the fact. It's terrifying during the fact, and it's infuriating during the fact. It's funny after the fact. Son Patty says, holy shit, that's a wild way to play pickleball. I know, right? Ben Shapiro did pretty well versus Alex O'Connor. Nice. Son Patty, we keep it high stakes in the grill hottest cult. True. True, true, true. All right. Well, we are caught up on chat. You guys have... What? Nice. All right. So you guys have already oiled. So we got Grassroots for 10 memberships, Patriarch with 10 memberships, Patriarch renewing their membership, and Gen X renewing her membership. Thank you. I do parasocially love it. Thank you for your viewership. Thank you for your financial support. Let's go ahead and pull up Rob. I'm going to introduce it and we're going to get cracking. Because it gets funny. Like, you're going to have to give it 5 minutes or so, 10 minutes or so to let it cook. But then after that, he just starts freaking out, and the freak out is mad funny. And I did download it, so he's not going to be able to take it down on us. Well, QC says, this is why I love the grill hottest shot. Everyone commenting to how to pronounce crappy, to one questioning my sanity of fisting in 25-degree window in snow in southern Indiana. Based. My Marine buddy brings beers to the office to celebrate the Marine Corps birthday. That's based. If you get done with your 9 to 5 and then you just get lit for the Marine Corps birthday afterwards, that's awesome. Do they make any riot shields that can take grenades? Yeah, I'm sure actually they do make ballistic shields, but a ballistic shield. Here's the problem with ballistic shields. Ballistic shields are tight. They're awesome. The aesthetics are peak. Having a ballistic shield and a pistol is one of the coolest things ever. But do you know what the problem with the ballistic shield is? You have to carry it. That's the problem with the ballistic shield. So a lot of people, dude, you're like, oh, it's only 10 pounds. Oh, it's only 15 pounds. Try carrying a 15-pound weight at a 90-degree angle from your body for like 30 to 45 minutes and then lug that everywhere just in the off chance you get into a gunfight. Most gunfighters are not going to want to carry a ballistic shield unless they're like SWAT operators who know they're only going to have to carry it for a short period of time during the conflict. Although, have you guys ever seen the Bataclan ballistic shields? Dude, I think the French in general have earned their reputation as militaristic cowards. However, there are hardcore French people in France, okay? Of course, like there's hardcore people in every demographic group, but I want you to think about this real quick. Let me share this with you. So for those of you who don't know, or you were too young, the Bataclan attack was a terror attack against a concert. There was an American rock band playing at a concert and they went in and they killed like 150 people. It was absolutely batshit. This was like the peak of ISIS. The Bataclan attack arguably is why the United States went hardcore after ISIS. If ISIS had just stayed in Iraq and Syria, they probably would still be around today. ISIS, though, they went into Europe and they conducted several terror attacks, including the Bataclan attack. And the Bataclan attack had French SWAT. I think it's Gigin, right? Gign, but French Gigin / SWAT went into the Bataclan and they were carrying this ballistic shield. And so this ballistic shield got lit up by AK-47 fire. So I just want you to think about how hardcore that is. Imagine you're a cop and you're walking into a massacre with a ballistic shield. You're getting lit by AK fire. And then you have to like put your pistol around the ballistic shield in order to light up a jihadist terrorist. That's awesome. Now, it's horrible that 200 people died, but imagine being that guy. You have to have brass balls. I like your balls. All right. Ben is pretty bad on theology. I don't think he did well against Alex at all. We'll watch it sometime. We'll watch it on a day that we're bored. Do they make any rat shields that can take grenades? That's what inspired that comment. Don't play the download. Let him think he has the ability to pull it, so he does. You're cucking your own content. True. I saw a part of Rob Noerr Meltdown. It added 2 weeks to my lifespan. Unironically, it breathed new life into my faith in the Republic. It was amazing. Tagaroon says, what's up, nerds? What's up to you? Deadly Zebra says it's heavy as fuck and you have to hold it out in front of you. Exactly. Fuck bringing a shield into the trenches. Well, I would. Deadly Zebra. I would. If I was a Ukrainian and I was doing trench warfare, I would bring a ballistic shield. But I would bring a ballistic shield with the express thing of saying, I'm wearing this on my back until we hit the trench line. I'm only going to carry it during an assault. And then, basically somebody has to be like right here behind me. That way I can hold the ballistic shield and I don't have to shoot. And then you can creep out to the side of me and then shoot the guy that's shooting at me. That's the only way that I would be doing a ballistic shield. My cousin was in France during that time, I believe. Wouldn't be surprised, man. I had friends who were, what was it? It was the Bastille Day attack in Nice where they loaded up a truck and they ran it through the crowd and they killed like 100, 150 people with a weighted down truck because of how big the crowd was. One of my friends was visiting Nice like 3 days before. Wait, Rob content, but it's actually good? Yeah, I know. It's going to be good. It's been a wild week. Democrats win elections and fold like tissue in the Senate. I know. I mean, I think the suffering was just too big, man. Like I know that they probably should have held out until they got ACA guarantees, but I think that's easy to say when you don't have constituents blowing up your phone saying, sign any deal. I can't feed my family. Please, God, feed my family. I need to be able to feed my family. I think it's really easy to say, oh, you should have just ignored that caller. That way you could have also gotten them health insurance. But I think when you have like 3,000 voicemails of Americans saying that they can't feed their families, it's probably hard to just be like, oh, no, just hold out another week. You'll be fine. Like that's going to be tough. Uvalde made me realize more cops need ballistic shields. Apparently, that's why they waited so long. They even had 2 or 3 shields on scene, but they weren't rifle rated. Or you could just not be a pussy and just accept the fact that as a cop, you might die. That's another option. Another option is just being like, okay, fuck it. If I'm going to die, then I might as well die trying to save kids. That's another option. It's a miracle Rob hasn't given himself a heart attack with how much he yells. Bro, there's going to be times where I'm going to be making fun of his breathing, and I say that as somebody who needs to do more cardio. His breathing in some of this is audible. Audible. Where he's like done yelling, and then he's like, it's going to be awesome. Tico Suave says, I feel like I've seen a backpack mounted ballistic shield in sci-fi or gaming before, like it's mounted on the back, then some robot arm pulls it out and holds the shield for the wearer. Yeah, that's the Expanse Osiris Reborn. I'm putting like a 70% guess that that's what you remember. Bortak showed up with a rifle-rated shield when there were already hundreds of officers on site. Yeah, that's so stupid. Yeah, not being a pussy would be cool too. Yeah, just accept the fact that you're going to die. We're all going to die, guys. So do you want to die as a cop? Okay. Do you want to die when you're 80 from heart failure or cancer surrounded by your family? Yeah, of course. But as a cop, do you understand that there is an increased chance that you're going to die of heart disease due to stress, that you're going to die from being shot at, or you're going to die in a vehicle accident? Yeah, you have an increased chance for all three. So as a result, there are so many ways that you could die as a cop that are stupid. They suck. Just random traffic accident, getting shot by some dickhead before you even know that you're in a gunfight. There's so many ways to die as a cop that suck. Dying, taking down a mass shooter is actually, if you're going to go, that's a good way to go. That's a heroic way to go, in my opinion. All right. Just going to eat a handful of trail mix and then read your guys' chats. Then we're going to start the content. 1 second. Trail mix. Zena says that's a fair point. It's actually not easy what the right call is. Voters will likely blame Republicans for the premiums tripling, but Dems couldn't get a meaningful concession. Yep. You don't want to be the guy who cut his set short because he's out of breath, not because he reached failure. Yep. The dying stuff is fine and all. I'm just here for the cool tech. True. Taggering says kind of base, although the not seeing your kids grow up is kind of lame. Yeah, I agree. That's why I quit. I did 4 years, and then I was like, you know what? I want to see my kids grow up. Uh-huh. Sorry, just trying to eat quickly so I'm not delaying the content. I remember a guy that was a former cop in military saying, as a cop, you have to accept that you could die for no real reason every time you put on a badge. That's just true. But your life doesn't flash before your eyes. You do something stupid, you freeze and make a stupid fucking face. Jason Statham from Snatch. True. True. All right. Let's go. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. I'm so happy to be bringing you this content today. There's been a guy who's been giving me crap for the better part of 2 years, Rob Noerr. He argues that he's a real Republican. He argues that MAGA is real conservatism. He argues that this is the way, that the MAGA movement is the way. And yet, when his political party got shellacked in off-year elections, he has a total freak out, yells at his chat about the election, yells at his chat about Nick Fuentes, and then demonstrates fairly easily through a couple of super chats why the populist MAGA movement sucks. It's actually amazing content. I'm so happy to be breaking it down for you today. Without further ado, give it about 5 to 10 minutes to warm up. It's going to get really good in about, 10 to 20 minutes. It's going to be amazing. Let's go.
Some things I was working on behind the scenes with some politicians here in PA, and worked with Scott Pressler a little, not a lot, in an event out there in July. The Pennsylvania, what was on the line here in Pennsylvania, in addition to a bunch of local races, was retaining 3 Democratic judges. Now, the highest court in Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, is dominated by Democrats. Now, there was retention for 3 of these Democrats on the ballot. Retention means that we are retaining them for another 10-year term. And if we retain these three, it will ensure that Pennsylvania has a Republican or a Democrat-dominated court at the highest level until at least 2035. And it won pretty convincingly. It even won by a little more than I expected. I definitely expected it to win, that the retainers would win. How's Scott in person? Very nice. Very gay. Very nice. Taller than you would believe, man. He's like probably 6'4". Very smart and articulate speaker. He's not using a lot of notes. He knows that he talks a lot like.
All right, for context, real quick, he's talking about there's this guy who has long hair. You might have seen him on Twitter. And he was canvassing in Pennsylvania for the past 6 months, trying to get Republicans to realize that their unit was on the chopping block, and he couldn't convince anyone to show up for the elections. And he posted about it multiple times. As a matter of fact, 60 days ago, he posted, hey, Republicans need to get ready. If you don't show up for this midterm election, we are going to get whacked. And then after the election, he reposted his tweet with the 60-day out prediction. So I know that this is like a little slow, but just trust me. Just trust me. It's boiling. This is the water. We just turned on the heat. It's going to boil. Give it time. I promise you.
How I give speeches. You want to sound organic, and you want to sound like you're having a conversation instead of that you're reading a speech. And so you have high points that you know you have to hit. I have to hit this person's name. Here's the point about that person I need to bring up. I need to bring up this date. It's very much like, if you're a nerd like me, it's like old wrestling promos. Back when they used to leave the wrestlers give like unscripted promos, and they'd be like, oh, okay, listen, Hulk Hogan, remember, you're going to be wrestling, December 3rd at the Tokyo Dome, and your opponent's going to be, Big Van Vader. It's going to be a cage match. Other than that, go, man. Fill in the high points. Listen here, brother. Tokyo Dome, December 3rd. Big Van Vader, you're going to run into the Hulkamaniacs. My arms are getting tired from flying over to Japan. But let me tell you this much, brother. I won't need those arms. When 10,000 Hulkamaniacs cheer, me dropping the big leg on you, you're about to see what the power of Hulkamania can bring. That's December 3rd at the Tokyo Dome. Van Vader meets Steel Cage. Be there. Man, right? You say the things that you need to say, but it's organically, you're filling in with just like Scott Pressler's a lot like that. He's very much engaging to listen to. Yes, he's saying the right things. It's organic. It's not pre-scripted. He has an agenda. He's right. It's very good. He's a very compelling speaker. He also knows a lot of people don't like the fact he's gay. Doesn't give a shit. It's like, I don't give a shit. Win, 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 win. Which I respect.
How much you want to bet his chat is like, ew, gay, gross?
Scott Pressler's not claiming any victimhood. Scott Pressler is like not vapid milquetoast like Dave Rubin. Scott Pressler's like, I have one agenda. Get Republicans to vote Republican. Get as many as possible. He's not interested in saying, here's what this policy should be. Here's what it's one thing. Win, 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 win. Losing my voice there doing the Hulk Hogan. Now we're starting there right now, AB. So Pennsylvania lost more than expected. Virginia lost. Winsome Sears, terrible candidate, loses to Abigail Spangler, despite that once more proving that debates are overrated when it comes to politics. When it comes to culture, I don't think they are. But when it comes to actual two candidates on the stage, I mean, yes, Joe Biden had to withdraw because of a disastrous debate. Up until that point, the worst performing debate I'd ever seen from a political candidate was John Fetterman in 2022, who literally had a stroke and started off his opening statement saying, "Good night, everyone." I shit you not. It was bad. He could barely speak. And he still beat Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz was not a good candidate. I saw that Memtani doing a Roman salute last night. New Jersey, loss. California, loss. There were places in Georgia, loss. There were places that had been Republican for years and years and years that flipped local elections. One place I was looking at, I'll see if I can bring this up. Morgan County, Georgia. Morgan County, 2024 was Republican plus 47. That flipped yesterday to Democrat plus 3. That's a 50 point swing
On
to Democrat plus 3. That flipped yesterday to Democrat plus 3. That's a 50 point swing.
Listen, man. Listen. Okay, so I need to highlight the beef because again, we're just warming up. Trust me. Just trust me. It gets better. It gets better. It's going to be delicious. This is like watching your macaroni and cheese. Okay? My wife is a Kraft girl, okay? Kraft mac and cheese, the powdered mac and cheese. And I'm sorry if you're a Kraft guy or a Kraft girl, okay? I'm a Velveeta, all right? I had Kraft mac and cheese growing up. I had the powder. I thought it was good because I didn't know any better. A middle-class lady in Texas introduced me to Velveeta white cheddar macaroni and cheese, and there was no going back. Shells with so much cheese that, like, you're basically eating cheese soup is amazing. And so as a result, I've been trying to, not literally beat my wife. I've been trying to emotionally and mentally beat my wife into the Velveeta mac and cheese position. It hasn't happened yet. She is a devout Kraft mac and cheese girl. So, anyways, the point is that there's this point when you're making your own mac and cheese where you're hitting like the 3 to 5 minute mark where like the water is warming up and it's not quite boiling yet. That's where we're at right now. Trust me. Okay. It's warming up. It's warming up. And I just want to point this out. A 50 point swing. I don't care who you are. You could be the most moral political party that has ever existed. Never told a lie in your entire life. Your finances are immaculate. Your policy is well thought out, et cetera, et cetera. If you get elected on what is supposed to be, they've argued that Trump has a mandate from the American people because he won 51-49 in the presidential election. If you have a 50 point swing within a year, you fucked up. You fucked up bad. And this is where I've been telling Rob. I've been telling MAGA for years. I'm like, no, you don't get it. I am a Republican. You are not. You don't have any principles. Your technocratic execution is garbage. Donald Trump is one of the dumbest, least effective politicians in the history of the United States. Just because he's a populist demagogue who can whip up the masses in order to vote for him has nothing to do with whether or not he's a competent executive of the United States. This is a mistake. He's an R-slur. January 6, 2021 already proved that. The mismanagement of COVID already proved that. Him blaming the inflation of COVID on Biden already proved that. And him lying about election fraud already proved that. This is a disaster. This is what I've been saying it's what I've felt since 2015. It's what I've been saying since 2020, probably 2020. So the fact that not only has my counsel, not only has been my perspective been completely ignored, not only has it been completely dismissed, I've been accused of being a traitor to the Republican Party for trying to avert this disaster. And now the disaster is unfolding, and all I have to say is, I fucking told you so. I told you so. Trump's incompetent. He's stupid. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's jacking up the world economy through tariffs. He's jacking up the world economy through an executive order. He's disobeying laws. He's blowing up random civilian commercial vessels. He's violating due process. He's deploying federal military into American cities. These should be alarm bells. That should be freaking every principled Republican out. And yet they sweep. So listen, man, for me, I don't want the country to do poorly. I don't want the costs of living to go up because of Trump's incompetence. I don't want the world economy to crash because of Trump's incompetence. I don't want the world stage to be upset because of Trump's incompetence. But I have to say, there is a part of me that is feeling vindicated. I hate that hundreds of thousands or millions of people have to die in order for me to be vindicated, but this is what I warned about. I've been saying it for years. You should have listened, you idiot. Referring to Rob, of course.
And then, of course, not that Republicans had a chance to win in New York, but we got a socialist Marxist in New York, Mamdani. So, yeah, a bad night for Republicans.
Understatement.
The reason it's not as big of a deal is this was the result that almost everyone expected. The margin, regardless. I don't think that, like me or most of the people I associate with, would have predicted, maybe you would have predicted the Republicans could win one thing out of everything that was on the list. I didn't, but most knew that this was going to be the result, basically, if the margins were even exceeding what they expected. But it's an off-year election. They always favor Democrats. We'll talk about that more in a second. And the first 2 years after a party historically has won the presidency, the House and the Senate, they do very poorly in elections.
True. Grassroots for 20. I do not give a fiddler's final fudge what anyone says about John Fetterman. He hasn't moved an inch in 15 years, and he would give you the 17-foot shirt off of his back. I don't like all of his politics, but I voted for him. I think the reason why people are frustrated with Fetterman is probably because he's in the same position I am, where he ran as a Democrat because he was a union blue, hardworking, working class stiff from the, what is he? He's Pennsylvania, right? So he's a working stiff. He's kind of got that old school blue dog Democrat thing going on. But in the modern era, oftentimes those votes will make you vote Republican. So yeah.
That's a historic measure. So this, again, not unexpected. And this didn't change the House, change the Senate, change any court makeup significantly because it's an off-year election. So if you had to pick to win 2024 or 2025, clearly 2024 by 98% is more important than 2025 elections. So not that big of a deal. Why it is a big deal, though, on that side of the ledger. The margins exceeded what people thought. Socialism is now openly embraced for large parts of the Democratic Party. You could say that's a plus or a minus. Mike Johnson was out there today saying, hey, we think we're going to use this to run in 2026. Fair enough. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Mamdani coming up. But the left is becoming more left-wing. Jay Jones in Virginia is openly embraced by the Democratic Party. Jay Jones won a higher portion of the vote in Virginia than Kamala Harris, a man who openly wished death upon his opponent's children. Not the opponent he was directly running against, but opponents as in Republicans. Now, this is a double-edged sword. This is a negative and a positive. It's a negative in that the Democrats are literally embracing a person who wants you dead. It's a positive in that I knew that, and now you do too.
Listen, man, I'm supposed to have a debate. I need to fill out a piece of paperwork. And by the way, I need to tell these guys, like, dude, if you need me to do homework for a debate, you're crazy. You're tripping already. But dude, I'm 40. I shouldn't be doing homework. But anyways, I'll fill out the piece of paper. But the whole point is that the debate is going to be over whether or not Destiny's tit for tat tactics are going on. I think the tit for tat tactics give Rob fuel. Now, would Rob be saying this anyways? Yeah, absolutely. Because as far as I know, they were private text messages. He apologized immediately. The one of the text messages, Starhawks and I got into a fight about this the other day. One of the text messages was, if I was in a room with Pol Pot and Osama bin Laden and my opponent, I would shoot my opponent twice. For me, that's obviously a joke. Now, it can be a hyperbolic joke for how much you hate the other side, but, it's still a joke. I don't think that guy, Jay Jones or whatever his name is actually going to shoot his opponent. And then I think the text message in reference to kids was, oh, well, their kids need to die because conservatives don't understand anything until it personally affects them, which is just the heat map. That's all it is. I've shown you guys the heat map before. The way Rob has translated that is because of Charlie Kirk's assassination and because of Jay Jones' election, every single liberal now wants every single conservative dead. That's the way he's interpreted it. And when you have Destiny saying what he's saying, that kind of fuels that narrative. And I think we all know that fear and anger are the motivators of current American politics. And while I can be the wet blanket saying, hey guys, this is bad. Hey guys, this is bad. Hey guys, this is bad. I'm right. So if Destiny wants to, instead of putting a wet blanket on a fire, if he wants to pour jet fuel onto the fire in order to burn it out more quickly, I mean, he's right in one way. You can put out a fire one of two ways. You can put out a fire by taking a giant wet blanket and throwing it on top of a campfire, starving the fire of oxygen and fuel, or you can throw jet fuel on there. And what'll happen is the fire will blaze for a few moments, and then once it runs out of fuel, it'll burn out. So realistically, we're both right that both of our tactics are ways to put out a fire. I just think his way is more destructive.
I've known this. I talk about it damn near every night.
Damn near every night, he's talking about how libs want to kill conservatives. Awesome.
Ending video now is Charlie Kirk. Every night. They feel totally morally justified in killing you. It's what it is.
I would say 1% of the population actually feels morally justified in killing you. Like 1 to 5% of the left, it feels like they could do that. I'm going to say that probably 98% of the population doesn't want to kill you, but they're also not going to cry when you die. I think that's the differentiation that needs to be made.
They do not give a shit. They literally think that you and your support of the politicians you support, like Donald Trump, mean that you are evil, you are ontologically evil, and therefore the ends always justify the means.
And the reason why I think that Donald Trump is evil is because, for a variety of reasons, I'll just try to be quick. I'll say the main ones are, we know the Epstein files are getting covered up right now. Matter of fact, there's a biographer within the past 2 weeks who said, I've seen photos of Donald Trump with what appears to be underage girls naked sitting outside of a pool. He said that. And then there's been reports coming out from the DOJ, anonymous sources at the DOJ, of course, but anonymous sources at the DOJ have said the reason why the files aren't coming out is because they're so bad. It's so bad, it can't be swept. And so that's why they're refusing to release it, is because it will be horrific for the Republicans and the Trump campaign, that effectively, it would destroy midterms. Awesome. I've been saying it for years. So, yeah. So not only did you vote for an Afiba file who had sex with sex-trafficked girls by the most prolific pedophile to be convicted in American politics within the past 3 decades. So not only did you vote for an ephebophile or a pedophile, depending on your definition, and you knew that. We've all known this for years. Not only did you do that, but you also knew that he was going to be incompetent and stupid and withdraw from the world, the United States from the world. I didn't know how bad it was going to be. This is estimated to cause hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of preventable deaths through PEPFAR and USAID cuts. Okay, 14 million deaths. We're going to have to see how many people have died in the next 5 years, but I guarantee you it's going to be a few 100,000. Matter of fact, for AIDS cuts, they already project that 100,000 excess deaths from HIV have already occurred. We already know that thousands of Ukrainians have died as a result of the cuts to Ukrainian support. So yeah, so this is already bad. And then not only that, but trying to overthrow the Republic of the United States. The reason why he's going to bring up, the Democrats, they keep bringing up January 6, 2021. Yeah, no shit. It's because you voted for a guy who tried to destroy the Republic of the United States by usurping power through the fake elector scheme. That's why we keep bringing it up. It's because it's important. So yeah, so any principled Republican, anybody who cared about a republic, anybody who cared about the United States on the world stage should be absolutely fucking repulsed by the Trump administration. And if you're not, that is a moral failing on your part.
They won't just kill you. They will use the tactic that they feel is most appropriate to keep you from having any influence at the time. So if you're just some random welder and they don't know you, hey, fuck you. They'll yell at you in the street. They'll take your MAGA hat off your head or whatever. But as you increase in effectiveness and reach, then the tactics increase. Hence Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, Fast and Bulbous. I've never wished a man dead, but I have read some obituaries with great pleasure. Yes, that's the difference.
So, I guess maybe this wakes up some more
Take Jay Jones seriously, not literally. Yeah.
more people as to the stakes, which would be a good thing. But that's basically the ups and downs of it. Now let's play the blame game. Who is most to blame for all of this occurring? Well, there's a lot of blame to go around.
Hearshot. The American people don't care about January 6th. Yeah, the American people are R-slurred, Hearshot. What do you want me to say? Like, dude, that's why I'm not a Democrat. Listen. I understand the philosophies. Modern American politics are all over the place. Okay, so I'm not saying that we have to stick with these strict definitions. However, the narrative that I was raised with was that Republicans care about a republic. They like representative democracy. They like the rule of law. And they think that elites should run society, that smart people should be chosen as representatives in order to craft technocratic legislation that'll make the world a better place. That's the narrative. Now, unfortunately for me, what Republicans have really done is they've used that narrative in order to elect elites, but the elites didn't craft good technocratic policy. They just cut taxes. Unfortunately, that's been the case since, I've been alive. So the Republican narrative, while idealistic, has not been true in real life, unfortunately. Now, when it comes to Democrats, if you look at the way that Democrats run, the way that they pander, the way that they build coalitions, it's pretty clear that their prime motivation is with the people. And so they're trying to advocate for the people, regardless of what institutional power is in the way. And so if you look at basically the reversing of the part, if you look at like segregation or whatever, segregation had nothing to do with like American idealism or rule of law. It just had to deal with the fact that broad swaths of the white American South didn't want to live next to black people under an equal level of legal and social protection and power. That's why the Democrats were motivated to be segregationists up through the civil rights movement. It wasn't because there was some like overriding rule of law principle. It's just because that's how most of their constituency felt. And when their constituency changed due to immigration, and now it's Hispanic, black, gay, whatever, they obviously just changed their motivations to be in line with the minorities that they want to protect. So the Democrats are more democratic philosophically in their rhetoric and the way that they talk and the way that they legislate. So my whole point with that being is that you saying, here shot, nobody cares about January 6th. The American people don't care about January 6th. Yeah, that's because they're stupid. It's because they're stupid. A threat to the Republic. And by the way, Hearshot's like a Marine Corps veteran. The fact that you like stood up and you put up your hand and you risked your life for the Republic of the United States, you should treat that as a sacred duty to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Republic for which it stands. And yet you seem to be very blasé about that concept, which I find absurd, borderline insulting.
On one hand, you could say, listen, no matter how effective Republicans were, we were probably going to see results quite similar to this. Even if they would have put up really high quality candidates, even if they would have had a really good ground game. Yeah, probably true. But I think there's more to it. Let's start with Donald Trump and the Trump administration. What are Trump's defining accomplishments in his first year in office? If you had to sum up and you had to say in a couple short sentences, this is what Trump's been about, what would it be? Foreign policy? Peace deals?
I have to pause it right here. Having half a dozen countries have border skirmishes that could have busted out into wars, and then Trump saying, stop that, and then those countries being like, it's not worth it, let's not do it. That's not a lasting peace deal. Anybody who believes this Trump prevented 7 wars bullshit is a geopolitical moron. They're an absolute dipshit. They should be prohibited from the right to vote. It's actually crazy that anybody believes that narrative. And the only evidence that you need is Israel-Palestine. Do you remember? Do you guys remember about a month ago when Donald Trump negotiated the release of all the hostage like corpses and all the hostages from Gaza? And then Israel said, okay, we'll back up to this line. And as long as Hamas doesn't attack us, eventually we'll withdraw from Gaza. How long did that take to fall apart? Because we were still getting tweets about how Trump was the peacemaker who had just brought lasting peace to the Middle East and North Africa. And 24 to 48 hours later, Israel broke the ceasefire because they blamed Hamas for breaking the ceasefire. It was like they had declared lasting peace in the Middle East and North Africa, and within 48 hours, that peace fell apart. Anybody who believes this narrative is a tool. I want to be infinitely more profane for the kind of person who thinks that Donald Trump thinks that, or thinks that Donald Trump brought lasting peace to the Middle East and North Africa. Anybody who thinks that should be barred from voting. They're actually just an abject, ignoramus moron. Crazy that was said unironically.
Border? Trade deals?
This is the perfect example of, once again, how somebody who believes this is an idiot. As Destiny pointed out, England and the United States announcing at a press conference that they have a trade deal is not the same as a trade deal. A trade deal is probably a 1,000-page memorandum with specific outlines of how the logistics work, how the tariffs are going to work, what the what ports these things go into, how they're managed going out, and a lot of that's on autopilot. Probably 80% of it, whatever trade deal we had before, 80% of it you could probably copy and paste. But the remaining 20%, if Trump was the master negotiator, the remaining 20% would be something that would fundamentally change the trade balance between these nations and the United States. But what's happened instead is we slapped arbitrary tariffs on all of our allies and enemies. We increase the cost of living of consumer goods for the average American consumer. Then we negotiated with these nations. And oftentimes, if you look at the negotiations, they are getting us into a worse position than we were in before. Just as an example, one of the touted trade deals for American farmers, because Donald Trump has screwed the American farmer super hard to the point that dozens, thousands of them are on the verge of going out of business, and they're going to need a bailout in order to not go out of business, was soybeans. And what happened was China committed to buying a certain amount of soy from the United States. Do you know what that amount was? It was less than they had been buying before. It was less than they were buying before. How can you be the master of negotiation, but you have a worse outcome once you've negotiated? The only possible explanation is you're an idiot. Gosh darn it, is all I can say.
Ending wars?
Once again, if you believe that, you're an idiot.
Israel.
If you believe that lasting peace has come to Israel, you're an idiot. Yep.
It's not been a year yet, so we're on the first year. I think Trump's been focused more around the world than he has been back home. Now, I know that mileage will vary. I remember vividly when Trump bombed Iran. I was with my family on a little mini vacation. We were at Camp Jellystone, Yogi Bear type stuff here. It was, and I was live streaming. I bought a laptop for the express purpose of live streaming while I was on vacation. And I didn't like it. I didn't like that bombing of Iran. I'm still not a fan of it. I think it's not been as negative as it first seemed with the outcome. But I didn't like it.
Sorry, this is bad funny. Is Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk working with Ben Shapiro and Trump to fake his death to distract from the Epstein files? Looks like squibs, tubes to blow out the air, blood on video evident. Charlie Kirk had chance to slip into the mechanical subspace. No red nor lettering on white shirt dummy wore when being lifted up. Bro, Peter, I hope you're memeing. I hope you're memeing. Bex, good seeing you again. Thanks for becoming a member.
I like the fact that to me it seemed like Trump was aggressively revoking student visas, which is fine. But there seemed to be one thing that if the students were complaining about that was most likely to get you removed. What was it?
Yeah, now we're Israel shitposting. Like I said, we're getting up to a boil right now. Bex donated $17.75. Okay. $17.75. All right. I think I have to do this. And this isn't for Bex. This is for you guys, okay? I'm going to go to PayPal. My life is budgeted. I have a budget with the wife. I give her a certain amount of money for groceries and for whatever. She helps me manage the groceries and household stuff. And then, of course, like I have my predictable bills. I got my mortgage. I got my internet. I got all that kind of stuff. However, we've already paid everything, and I am a relatively thoughtless person. So I did not plan ahead for the Marine Corps birthday. So what I'm going to do, thank you, Bex, for generating Counterpoint streams, Marine Corps birthday. What I'm going to do is I'm going to generate a PayPal. No, not one set price. Customer set price, anything is great. And what we're going to do is tomorrow we are going to, if you do it, okay, you don't have to. You don't have to do anything. Don't have to do anything. You guys are insanely generous. You don't have to do anything. If you want me to buy a 6-pack of Guinness and a 6-pack of Guinness or 6-pack of Fat Tire or 6-pack of something, and you want me to show up tomorrow's going to be story day. I'll just be yapping about my Iraq experiences. If you want me to celebrate the Marine Corps birthday a day late and have the 6-pack and talk to you guys on stream about my Iraq deployment, about California, about the post contract period, then here's a PayPal link. Give me $20 for a 6-pack. I'll pick it up tonight, and then I will drink it tomorrow on stream while we're swapping war stories. Anyways, back to it. Oh, and then Bex for 1775. That's the year that the Marine Corps was established. November 10th, 1775. We were born in a bar. She put yacht. Yacht is an alternative to oorah. Oorah is Marine Corps motivational speak. Whenever somebody gets done with a speech, you go oorah, or you go or you just bark like a dog and go, you know, that's kind of what you do as an acknowledgement of the speech that was just given. The other war cry is yat. Now, I have been told that yat is a shortening of yut yas, and that was originally spelled Y-A-T-Y-A-S. You ain't tracks, you ain't shit. And the reason why the tracks are so proud of themselves, because they're the mechanized side of the Marine Corps, is that they actually engage in a shitload of maintenance, but they also engage in a shitload of maneuver warfare. They also engage in amphibious warfare. And that's one of the primary roles of the Marine Corps is amphibious warfare. And so effectively, it was their slang for mechanized amphibious warfare is the best part of the Marine Corps. If you don't agree with that, you can go F yourself. But yut became a shortening of yut yas. And then it kind of spread to the rest of the Marine Corps. So, yut, back to you, Bex.
What was it? What do you think the one thing is? If you're a student and you say, you know what? I have a problem with Israel. And I said, I don't like this. I don't like it. Now, some of it was more than that. It was people that were literally blocking access to buildings, et cetera, et cetera. But it seemed clear to me that that was it. We had Republicans that were pushing.
Thank you, Christian. $50. I'll have to buy a 12-pack. If that's Christian Valaris, I'll have to buy a 6-pack, and I'll have to buy my Bob Ross wig. Grassroots 20 says, all anyone needs to know about January 6th to understand the task and purpose of these usurpers, they either broke into the building or climbed onto the roof to replace the American flags with the Trump flag. Yeah, seriously. I'm with Hearshot that most Americans just care about putting food on the table. That's what most Americans care about. But if you're a Republican who cares about a republic, then you should care about January 6th.
Hate speech laws against Israel, criticizing Israel. We'll get to Congress. Don't worry. How about Ukraine? What I wanted, what I had hoped with Trump, I thought the high point on the Ukrainian discourse was basically when they told Zelensky to kick rocks.
And this is why I think Rob is an immoral bastard, and this is going to inspire a drawing. Let's go. So what pisses me off about this, is that Americans are supposed to care about certain things. Okay? Now, for me, because I'm a Republican who believes in a republic, is I care about what should Americans love about America? I would say freedom of conscience, freedom of speech. It's enshrined in the First Amendment. I think it's an important part of our culture. Right to self-defense, up to and including against a tyrannical government. if you look at the Federalist 29, Federalist 46, if you look at the Declaration of Independence, if you look at the Constitution, it's pretty clear that the founding fathers of the United States believed that if a government went too far and became tyrannical, it was actually the moral duty of the people to revolt through force of arms and then to establish a more just government. Okay, so that's another thing that America should be proud of, I think. Due process and prohibitions of cruel and unusual punishment from the state. Yes, baby. Right. So I can't be getting lit. And I have to watch the kids. Okay. I'll figure it out with chat. Maybe we'll do something tonight. I don't know. All right. Due process and the prohibitions of cruel and unusual punishment from the state. So Americans don't really torture. We have the enshrined in our legalistic philosophy is the fact that 100 guilty men should go free before a single innocent person is incarcerated unjustly. Our justice system is bent towards freedom and innocence. And the state having to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of the crime that you were accused of, that you have the right to face your accuser, that you are prohibited from cruel and unusual punishment. So these things are based. And then I would say like capitalism, I'll put mixed economy capitalism, meritocracy. I know that's a joke in modern America, but let's just say that that's our ideal. Entrepreneurialism, free markets, good trade. I'll just leave that there as like the things that Americans, especially Republicans, especially like people who liked Reagan, this is what we were proud of. And so Ukraine was being pressured by the US/EU to become more Western in governance and economy. The Biden-Obama admin was arguably, I know this is funny with Hunter Biden, but was arguably fighting for a less corrupt Ukraine. Ukraine is a market with high value assets like grain and energy. We were luring Ukraine away from an oligarchic, kleptocratic dictatorship under the rule of one man for the past 25 years. The invader of Ukraine is a former actually, I would say current, a former geopolitical enemy and a current geopolitical rival. No U.S. forces have lost their lives in this conflict. The Ukrainians, through sheer grit, have survived for years, whereas Iraq and Afghanistan fell within weeks or months, proving that many Ukrainians want to fight this battle/war. So the whole point is, are these local goods or are these universal goods? Is freedom of conscience and freedom of speech good for just the United States, or is it good for the world? Is the right to self-defense up to and including against a tyrannical government, is that good for just the United States, or is that good for everybody? Is due process and prohibitions of cruel and unusual punishment and an emphasis on mixed economy capitalism, meritocracy, entrepreneurialism, and free markets, is this good just for the United States, or is this good for everybody? And if you believe that it's good for everybody, that's a neoconservative position. That's where we think that Americanism and mixed economy capitalism should be spread across the world as a competitor to authoritarian communism. And then on top of that, Russia is kleptocratic, meaning that the people who steal the most are the people who are in power. And then it's also an oligarchical pseudo dictatorship under Putin. Putin has been the prime minister or the president for the past 25 or 30 years. If you again go against Putin or his cronies, he kills you. Putin has killed people through radioactive and just regular poisoning. He's assassinated many of his rivals. So why, if Ukraine was coming towards the United States, if Ukraine was coming towards Europe, if Ukraine was becoming a part of the free world, and they had assets that are beneficial to the free world, like grain and energy, like natural gas, why wouldn't you support them in this conflict, particularly if it wasn't costing any American lives, and particularly if the Ukrainians were willing to fight this war for themselves? They're not asking for carte blanche in order to do whatever they want to do. They're asking for the financial means with which to prosecute a war in which they are clearly the just party. So for me, I would organize, I would concede for the sake of like trying to find peace within my lifetime. I would concede Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea. And then Zaporozhye and I think the Dnipro Oblast, I would negotiate back into Ukrainian control. I would draw a new border. And then I would obviously keep Kharkiv and the surrounding territories that kind of reach into Donetsk. I would draw a new border and say, Russia, have this, now fuck off. And then I would bring Ukraine into a part of NATO. That's what I would do. So the fact that Rob, Republican, who cares about Republican values, allegedly, who cares about the rule of law, allegedly, why Ukraine is right. So him laughing at the leader of Ukraine getting screwed over by the Trump administration is repulsive to me. I think it's immoral. It's why if Donald Trump dies or if JD Vance dies I won't be happy if they get assassinated. I think that makes the world a worse place. But if they die, I'm not going to shed a tear. The callousness and the disrespect and the disregard for human life, liberty, that Rob and his ilk and JD Vance and Donald Trump have shown to the people of Ukraine, I'm not going to cheer for your assassination, but if you die, I'm not going to care. I'll just be like, oh, wow, that guy was an asshole. Moving on.
Good. Not funding you anymore. How'd that work?
Maybe because the Ukrainian shills were right.
So we're focused on Iran. We're focused on Israel. We're focused on Ukraine. Focused on Venezuela. Now, see? DM, that was a low point. There you have it. Just so you're wondering, one of the big reasons Republicans are going to take losses like this are because of our friend DFM here. And people like him. Not him, obviously. That will come on here and vehemently argue with me. No, Ukraine, 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 Ukraine. Send more money to Ukraine. Do more for Ukraine. There you have it.
Or just give them the weapons and money necessary to prosecute a war. Well, QC says Marines say "oorah." Navy says "hoo-yah," which is also lame. Army says "hoo-ah." And Air Force says "hey." Homophobic. Very funny.
At a point, you have to say our enemies are an issue, aren't you? Yeah, how are those enemies? I'm just curious. Is Russia electing people that are shooting Charlie Kirk and that are celebrating killing Republicans? Oh, no, that was Democrats. And it turns out, focusing...
I think Bex also threw some cash towards the beer fund. We'll talk about beer logistics in a bit.
...on Ukraine isn't a good way to win elections back here because most people in this country don't give a shit. The person who's struggling, the 35-year-old that can't afford a home, they don't really give a fuck about Ukraine. Turns out, not anymore. You care. I'm glad you're hyper-focused on that issue. And I'm glad Mark Levin is. And Lindsey Graham. Yeah, they're hyper-focused, and they're the ones that have Trump's ear. So that's what we get to talk about. That's what the focus is.
Gentleman Damon says, here's some Semper Bucks, 2006 to 2010. We were in identically at the same time. Stateside the whole effing time. Thank you for your service, brother. Thank you, sir. I'd be curious if you were Intel or something else, but I parasocially love you and thank you for your support. Thank you for your financial support. I had a bro, just sharing real quick. I had a bro who was stateside the entire time, but he was part of the drone program and he was doing kill packets and he was doing intel during the rise of ISIS. He was in from 2010 to 2014. And I've seen some pretty messed up stuff. He saw more messed up stuff than I did. And he was stateside.
Not like making homes more affordable, mass deportations, arresting criminals in the Democratic Party. Nope, not so much focused on that as a number one priority. Instead, it's Ukraine. It's Israel. It's people like you. You're getting what you want. This is what you voted for, right? This is what you wanted.
No, Rob. So sorry for interrupting so much. I'm actually delaying when the content gets good. I think it gets good around 1 hour where it's actually like peak. But some of the stuff is so stupid. No, interrupting the support of Ukraine and then re-engaging it at a lesser level killed people unnecessarily, Rob. How do you think that's not immoral? Interrupting PEPFAR, which had no reason to be interrupted. It was like less than 0.16% of the budget. Cutting that did not run a fiscal positive. Okay, so cutting it made absolutely no sense. And there are 10,000 other things we could have cut besides PEPFAR that would have made infinitely more sense. And yet through that, we already have around 100,000 projected dead. And it's estimated that by the end of Trump's term, it'll be around 300,000, mostly kids under the age of 10 in Africa. That's not, I understand that for these people, it's an extrapolation. It's like a foreign country. They're not American citizens, so who cares? But at the same time, those are real flesh and blood human beings who are dead as a result of this cut. So no, Trump re-engaging on the national stage after causing hundreds of thousands of preventable deaths does not make me feel better. Same thing with USAID. USAID might have been a backdoor for the CIA in order to get into communist and authoritarian regimes in order to overthrow them. But unlike you twats, I actually think that authoritarian regimes should be thrown over and that republics and democracies are not just local goods to the United States, they're universal goods. So I'm sorry for getting pissed off, but realistically being like, oh, well, Trump was a liar and duplicitous and he backstabbed the agenda that he promised me and he kind of went your way a little bit after being incompetent and stupid. That's not a very large consolation to me. That doesn't make me feel that much better. It really doesn't.
A primary focus on foreign policy and caring about people around the world instead of America first. And that's what we get. And then Republicans get shellacked. And people like you go, but we have to. We have to talk about that. We have to care. Okay. Cool. Hey, I'm sure the Democrats will keep arming Ukraine. Don't worry about it when they take over in 2026 and 2028. Of course, they'll arrest people like me. They'll kill people they don't like in this country, but at least you'll say, oh, thank goodness I'm safe from those Russians in Ukraine.
Hi, T-Tings. Grassroots with the 20. There's damage done, be it or tomorrow, done by conceding anything to a voracious ravaging? I don't know what you were going. Voracious invader. That is what Russia is without question. Yeah. Is it a local good or is it an universal good?
Doesn't matter. And people like DFM, they'll keep, doesn't matter. To those people, interventionism and neoconservatism are more important than any issue back home. They would rather you starve. They would rather you not be able to afford groceries than stop sending money to Ukraine, to corrupt oligarchs in Ukraine.
Isn't this rich? Isn't this crazy rich coming from the current Trump admin? Because as far as I know, and I would be happy to be corrected, this is a Democratic concern. Okay. When it comes to Republicans or libertarians or conservatarians, their attitude is effectively people should be productive. And you should figure out a way to be productive 40 to 60 hours a week. Doesn't matter if you're disabled. Doesn't matter if you have a bad back. Doesn't matter if you have mental illness. you can and should figure out a way to be productive 40 to 60 hours a week in a way that allows you to eat your daily bread. That's a Republican position. That's a conservative position. That's a libertarian position. Okay. Now, when it comes to the Republicans and conservatives and conservatarians and libertarians who have hearts, they say, okay, well, maybe we can have like charity is good. Taking care of your neighbor is good. And so charities and churches should take care of your neighbor. And then maybe, just maybe, we should have a minimal welfare state that takes care of people just in case they're like, actually, they have nobody else. They don't have a social support network. They can't figure it out, et cetera, et cetera. That's like the more right-wing position. And so to have Rob moral frog from a left-wing position, I would argue, which is they don't want you to be able to eat. They don't care if you're able to eat. Meanwhile, the Trump administration in policy is going with that right-wing position in reference to welfare. And then not just that, the Trump administration has cut healthcare benefits for working class people to the largest degree in recent memory. And the Democrats are holding up until last night. They were holding the government hostage until they got negotiations to make healthcare more affordable for the working class. And then Trump and his admin and the Republican government were like, that's okay, we'll let people starve. Fuck them. We don't want to negotiate over working class health insurance subsidies. We don't want to negotiate over Medicaid, who's eligible to be on Medicaid. We don't want to negotiate on any of that. So if people get their welfare benefits cut, if they're incapable of feeding their families, tough shit, they can go to a food pantry. That was the Republican position as of 24 hours ago. So the fact that Rob is now virtue signaling about the working class being able to eat and afford bills is so ironically rich to me that it's like a delicious, delicious cake that's on the verge of giving me diabetes and a heart attack.
It's the most important issue to these people. Or stop sending money to Israel. Can't do it. Must send bombs. Must send money. Always, always, always. Every other nation's people but the people of the United States to these people. And then they look and they go, I wonder why we're not winning elections. Well, anyway, send another check to Ukraine.
Bob Smith, USAID was used as a backdoor for the CIA, but let's be real, 90% of their operations had nothing to do with the CIA. Just when we try to infiltrate Cuba and give them a social media platform so revolutionaries against the Cuban government could organize, that was through USAID. And then that's the only one that I can think of. There might be other ones, but I would have to have like chat refresh my memory on other CIA operations that were backdoored through USAID.
That's issue one. It doesn't matter if you blame Trump for the failures of yesterday. He certainly has part of it. See, the truth is there's an awful lot of people, including young people. The new coalition that Trump got, younger people, Hispanics, they disappeared yesterday. Yes, a lot of that is because it's an off year, but they were also flipping. And it turns out they weren't voting for Trump to fucking bomb Russia or to send bombs to Ukraine or to send money to Israel or to bomb Venezuela. They didn't give a fuck about any of that. They were like, oh, inflation's through the fucking roof. We care about that. That's what we care about.
Oh, Zarenthius didn't even mention 40 billion to Argentina. Yeah, totally forgot about that, by the way. Yeah. So we can't afford 10 billion for PEPFAR and USAID that's credited with saving millions of lives, but we can't afford $40 billion to bail out the minarchist libertarian government in Argentina. Yeah, holy shit.
We want the border secure and mass deportations. That's what we care about. The economy, being able to afford homes. And that's been on the back burner for the Trump administration.
Rapacious. Good word. Good word. Beef Supreme, I don't get you, man. I really don't get you. So hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Haven't you like lived out a few times when I've been like racist or sexist? Haven't you been like, oh, Cotter, that's a terrible position? Haven't you lived out a few times, or am I thinking of somebody else? And then you living out, how do you square living out with Ukraine's on the other side of the planet? Who gives a shit? Now, maybe this is why having a interesting and intelligent chat is weird, is because not everybody has like predictable positions. As a matter of fact, they might have heterodox positions. But typically, if you're a liberal, most liberals do believe that liberalism is a fundamental human good. And what I mean by that is like maximal human freedom. So they might not be interested in war because war kills people and killing people is the ultimate violation of their freedom. However, they're also not a big fan of letting people overseas be like put under the thumb of authoritarian, kleptocratic, oligarchic regimes. And so I'm kind of having a difficulty squaring what I think is your liberal principles with your international isolationism. If you could explain that in a chat, that would be fantastic. I'm trying to get to know you. Okay.
Big focus has been foreign policy. Proof's in the pudding. I asked people, what's this so far this term been about Trump? Foreign policy. There you go. That's the priority. People realize it. They see it. That's on Trump.
Also, by the way, what was so funny about this too was the Trump administration's solution to housing affordability is not deregulating and subsidizing supply side new construction and planning new holistic communities that could be built in the Rust Belt or built in the desert or built someplace else. They're not building anything new. Their solution was 50-year mortgages. That's what their solution was. Their solution was, oh, houses cost $1 million. We're not going to build anything new. We're not going to plan any new communities. We're not going to build anything. What we're going to do is we're going to let you buy that $1 million house with a 50-year mortgage. What a bunch of stupid assholes. I couldn't make it up. It sounds like an SNL skit. It doesn't sound real. What a bunch of dickheads. AKA Badisai says, Trump was still going to fund SNAP benefits. Oh, he was going to feed the poor? Okay, I'm sorry. Did the Trump administration, number one, say that they weren't going to fund November 1st paychecks? Number two, they tried to yank the paychecks because there was like a temporary stay where full payments were available for like 48 to 72 hours. They were saying that they're going to punish the states that did submit their payments quickly and got the full payments if they didn't either refund or distribute at like the 65% level. And then not just that, they applied to the Supreme Court for an emergency injunction in order to stop SNAP payments. So Batusai, so in my opinion, the Democrats were playing chicken with SNAP benefits in order to try to get healthcare subsidies for the ACA. And then the Trump administration was playing chicken with SNAP benefits in order to force the Democrats to cave. And as far as I know, the Democrats caved last night. So what I know is that my healthcare premiums for a family of four, based off of an income of less than $100,000 a year, my healthcare premium was $250, something like that, $250 a month. And in January 1st, it's going up to $600. That's what I know. So I don't know what subsidies were in place during COVID. I don't know what subsidies were in place during the original instantiation of the ACA. I could look that up and maybe I will. But what I do know is that Trump wants my health insurance premiums to triple. That's what I know.
It's on Trump because once more, he has not learned the lesson of his first term. When you surround yourself with neocon establishment conservatives like Lindsey Graham and Mark Levin, who fucking hated you and wanted to prevent you from ever coming into power in 2016, they're going to push for policies that the people you support fucking hate. and that will prevent you from doing any of the things you wanted. And yet, repeatedly, Trump trusts the very people that hate him the most. Over and over and over and over and over and over and over. That's what he does. Trump has people close to him that are absolute dog shit like Pam Bondi. How many fucking times will she make a complete fool of herself and this entire administration? What's she going to do?
Yeah, see? Bob Smith, what's so bad about the CIA having a bit of fun while doing charity through USAID? That's what I said. I hate jihadists. I hate communists. I hate fascists. Why is the CIA disrupting and taking out jihadists, fascists, and communists? Why is that bad? I'm sorry. I'm Team America. I love America. CIA does shady stuff in order to take out American rivals. Okay. And problem?
That John Solomon was ripping on her today. John Solomon, of all people. Because she came out yesterday. He's like, you're not going to believe this. You're not going to believe what we just found. Jack Smith subpoenaed Trump's phone in the Arctic Frost investigation. Yes, we knew that in April.
Wait, I don't think the $40 billion is going to Argentina for military aid. What are you talking about? Although you're talking about Ukraine. What is it? What is the Argentinian bailout for? You might have been talking about Ukraine, but I just want to take a look at this. The purpose of the recent financial support package to Argentina is to help stabilize its failing economy, control high inflation, and build up depleted foreign currency reserves. This assistance is intended to provide a financial lifeline while President Javier Milei's government implements significant fiscal and structural reforms. Okay, like, listen, I'm all for helping Argentina out. I don't care about that aspect of it. What I care about is the fact that we said we don't have $10 billion for USAID and PEPFAR, but we do have $40 billion to bail out Argentina. There's a hypocrisy there that I think is silly.
Congratulations, Pam Bondi. The fucking attorney general finding evidence out a full 6 months after the average member of the public knew. Great job. But can you be surprised? This was the woman.
Okay, but Beef Supreme, would you say, like, prior to the discordant current American politics, were you libertarian? Were you center right? Were you center left? Do you consider yourself a liberal? Are you a Democrat? Are you for gun control? Are you not for gun control? Like, I'm just confused by your whole shtick. That's what I'm asking.
Who thought that the Epstein files she released that we had all seen years prior was actually breaking news? She's always the last fucking person to know anything, and she's the person we're putting hopes on to get to the bottom of the fucking coup against Trump that occurred since 2016, and she knows less than the average fucking Trump supporter. It does not matter how many times she falls on her face and fails. For some reason, Trump won't do shit, and that is on Trump.
It's probably because she's seen the Epstein files. Let's be real.
Just like Bill Barr was on Trump. That's on him. And if Trump's too dumb.
Yeah, dude, I love how Bill Barr was like the head of the DOJ and everybody in like Trump MAGA world loved him for a while just because he seemed like the biggest Trump simp. And then when he didn't go along with January 6th and he came out afterwards and was like, yeah, Trump's actually kind of an R-slurred piece of shit. They were like, damn, Bill Barr sucks now. That's crazy.
To realize they're going to bury his fucking ass once he's out of power. That's also on him. I feel bad about it. I think Trump's a great man. That's what's going to happen. They ain't going to stop with Trump. They're going to come for his family. They're going to come for his lawyers. They're going to come for his friends. They're going to come for his cabinet. They're going to come for his donors. They're going to come for his supporters. And Trump's too fucking stupid. The person he has as the biggest shield against it is a fucking idiot, Pam Bondi.
Beef is a liberal isolationist, bro. That's bananas. No wonder why you're in this chat. You probably love heterodox conversations. Most liberals love talking about overseas politics. So the fact that you're like an inward-looking liberal, man, you're like a unicorn. We should gun you down and harvest your organs and blood for sweet unicorn blood syrup. Zorenthia says, nice. We're going to going the housing shortage with more demand. That's how economics works, right? Yeah, bro. Dude, the Republican Party is supposed to be the most economically literate side of the Republican Party of the parties. And yet they're going to subsidize demand. Whenever a Democrat brings up a thing like, oh, we're going to do a $50,000 first-time home buyer tax incentive. And I'm like, that's awesome. I'm happy that first-time home buyers are getting a better shot at buying a house. But you're increasing demand, you idiot. Oh, it's like nobody's seen a supply-demand curve. Pisses me off.
Who do you put that on? When she makes an ass of herself over the Epstein thing, what happens? Trump doubles down and makes a bigger ass of himself. If you believe this.
Dude, I love that the concern here isn't the fact that Donald Trump is likely an ephebophilic rapist. Dude, can you I want you to think about this real quick, because Rob has had the balls to say, I'm not a Republican, I'm not a social conservative, I'm not a fiscal conservative, I'm not a Burkean conservative, or nobody gives a shit what Burkean conservatism is. Neoconservatism is cringe, blah, 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 blah. This is the direction of the Republican Party. Shut up. If you can't get on the Trump train, then, fuck you, blah, 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 blah. He's been saying that. And yet, as like a normie working class, because Rob is working class or was working class very recently, as a normie working class American who has a family, he's saying the biggest problem with Pam Bondi and Donald Trump is the fact that Pam Bondi, she tipped her hand too much for the Epstein files, and then Donald Trump had to help her clean up the mess and then keep her. And he doesn't think that maybe this is partially motivated for the fact that there might be something real in the Epstein files, that the guy that you voted for might be an ephebophilic rapist. That would concern me. That would concern me if the guy that I was hailing as the best thing since sliced bread, as the Messiah who was going to restore America, as the one shot at saving the Republic. It would bug me if he was an ephebophilic rapist and I had shilled for him that hard. That would be messed up. So, yeah. Shocking to me. But maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm naive.
You're believing in Democratic hoax. Fuck you. It's a joke.
Batusai, you are here to you are here to test my resolve. Trump doesn't want your healthcare costs to triple. Trump didn't want to make any cuts to Social Security or Medicare, Medicaid. It was Republicans who cut healthcare. I'm sorry. Who is Trump the leader of? Who is Trump the cult-like leader of? What party is he in charge of again? Who signs the legislation that's passed by the Senate and the House? Who sets the legislative agenda through States of the Union speeches? Is it Donald Trump? Is it Donald Trump who's been saying that he's had a what is it, like a blueprint of a plan, whatever he said, a concept of a plan? He's had a concept of a plan to repeal and replace Obamacare for the past decade. Who was that? I think that was Donald J. Trump. Oh, here we go. Let's listen to this. Beef Supreme says, I'll say this, Connor. I'm liberal because I live and grew up in a city and I'm gay. It's deeper than that, though. But I was raised Republican and conservative. I now firmly stand in the center. Okay. You're a heterodox center-left guy with some isolationist takes. That's interesting.
When you're not viewing Americans first, when you're concerned more about other bullshit and you're appointing people around you that are terrible, the American people are going to notice. Now let me defend Trump some. He's facing unprecedented levels of pushback. Courts.
Which, by the way, this is an almost direct quote from Bill Barr is, if you like Donald Trump's policies, he's the last person you want executing them, because the way he executes them creates so much pushback that the final policy is never what was originally envisioned. That's almost a 1-to-1 Bill Barr quote.
The country over, every little thing he tries to do by executive order or stymie him in laughable ways. If
Grassroots for 20 says, I'm half gay. I've never slobbed on a knob like this before. Bass and Bulbous says, I'm a pro-war liberal. Dang, nice. I like you more now.
you're him, who could you trust? The way so many people have stabbed him in the back. If there's one person that you could say is actually doing good for the Republican Party as far as winning elections and driving up turnout, it's Trump. So it's hard to put too much blame on him.
Is it, though?
And most importantly, for all of Trump's failures, and many of them are his fault, including the people he puts around him, the biggest impediment to his success is, what is it? What's the biggest impediment to Trump's success? Oh, I'm not.
Dude, I love this bit. I love this bit. I'm gonna let it float out there for a second. Who's the biggest impediment to Trump? Oh my God, this like 5-minute rant gave me life. But I want to address this real quick. Badu Sai says, "Are we taking any bets on how many of Trump's hires are going to get pardoned?" Dude, I think Trump is gonna. I'll do like a $20 bet with anybody. Okay, like if anybody wants to bet me and say that they will legitimately give me $20. Because I'm realistically like 40-60 on it. I'm 40-60 on it. I am 40% certain, but I want to bet on it in the positive that he's going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell as he's leaving. I think that once the elections are over, once it's all done, he's going to pardon himself. He's going to pardon his entire extended family. He's going to pardon all of his sycophants. He's going to pardon Flynn. And I think, like, I will bet $20 because I just want to win $20 realistically. I'm kind of like, it's so outrageous. I almost don't think it would happen. But also, we live in such unprecedented times. I kind of want to win $20 on the bet. I want to bet $20 that he does pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. So if anybody wants to take that action, I think that would be, if Ghislaine Maxwell is incarcerated and serves like her whole sentence and her sentence is not commuted, then I will wait. Yeah. If she serves her full sentence and dies in jail, then fuck. You pay me $20. And then if she gets pardoned or if she gets her sentence commuted, I pay you $20. That's how we would do that.
I'm not disagreeing. Hey, who raided? Thanks so much for the raid, whoever raided. It's not himself. I put blame on Trump when it's warranted. It's not his ego. It's not that he's a fraud. Nope. Potentially criminal. What's up, Sean? It ain't Bibby. It ain't Democrats.
Oh, and by the way, Sean from Potentially Criminal is like, he said some hating ass shit on Kiwi Farms. Apparently, he's got a JD. He works in law. I don't know what he does, but he is a Destiny hater. And he said some like crazy shit on Kiwi Farms about me, where he was like, "Oh yeah, fuck this guy. He's just, he's buttering his bread, from the liberals. He's the token liberal who pretends to be a Republican." Number one, he couldn't explain dick about shit in reference to social, fiscal, Burkean, constitutional. Well, he could probably do constitutional, but he couldn't explain any of that conservative shit. But seeing him willfully showing up in Rob's chat, I was like, all right, that makes sense. Like that makes sense. If you're like a pro-Trump conservatarian who's using Trump as a vehicle to your own ends, and you're kind of like a Machiavellian dickhead, and you don't care about the dead Africans, and you don't care about the dead Ukrainians, and you just want to be deregulated and lower taxes and left alone, and that's kind of like your flavor of libertarianism, where you don't view Trump as like a good guy. You view him as a vehicle to your end. And so Rob being like a shill for Trump is actually kind of like aligned with your politics. I understand why you might not like me. I get it. I get it. It's my same rivalry with Lactoid, by the way. I like Lactoid. I think Lactoid's hilarious. I just think Lactoid's kind of an asshole. And he's kind of like selfish and narcissistic and gigalibertarian. But I like Lactoid. I had Lactoid's politics probably in 12. Maybe 10, yeah, like 11, 12. I had Lactoid's politics.
Ain't whiteism. What are whiteism? White women. It's not judges. It's not Jewish people. Ding, ding, ding.
God, I love this rant.
That's the fucking problem. That's the problem. It's the Republicans. What the fuck is Congress doing? You see, the reason that the courts could stymie everything Trump's doing is because he has to do.
Ooh, sorry if I get excited about this for no reason. Short says, also Destiny just called Hassan a pedo for Twitter. Okay, why is he a pedo, though? I want to know. All right? I want to know if Destiny is going to torch Lav / torch Hassan over one of two things calling Hassan a pedo, okay? The two things that I can think of, realistically, three things that I can think of Hassan being a pedo for. So Hassan went to Club Artemis, and they allegedly had sex trafficked Eastern Europeans. Who knows what the age of those girls were, whatever. So that's like pretty weak, but you could still go for it if you want. The other thing, was Hassan was allegedly showing people, Hassan Piker, for those of you who don't know, he's one of the world's largest left-wing commentators. Hassan Piker was showing Snapchats that he had gotten from like dozens or hundreds of girls, because girls are idiots and they send their boobs to Hassan Piker. And there was no way that he could have verified those girls' ages. And he was like showing friends like, ha ha ha, look at all these nudes that I'm getting. And he was just like flipping through Snapchats, just showing his friends all of the sexed Snapchats that he had got. And there's no way to verify the age of those girls. So I wonder if that's the angle. The final angle that I think is the funniest is Leah Jane, aka Lavloon. She alleged that Hassan Piker, when he was 24 years of age, hooked up with Paris Jackson, Michael Jackson's daughter, when she was like 17 and a half. So I'm actually like, I'm really wondering, number one, stop fucking with young women. You know, that's crazy. But number two, I wonder if that one's true and if it got swept for, and if, because you can't trust Lav, because Lav says crazy shit all the time. But I do wonder if that one's true, because she insisted on it being true like multiple times. And then even when she was being cornered on it and said like, oh, well, she's like, oh, well, you know, I signed an NDA and I could get in legal trouble. And the people who are involved don't really, they don't care about it. So I don't really care about it. That's what she would say whenever she was confronted on it. But she never said, oh, I was wrong. So I'm kind of wondering what tact Steven's going for with attacking Hassan Piker. Because if you're going to call Steven a pedo for sexting a girl that he thought was 18 or 19, but then ended up lying about her age, then you're going to have to call Hassan a pedo if he hooked up with a chick that he knew was 17 and a half. That's going to be interesting. I wonder how that one's going to fold out.
Everything by executive order. Everything. Because Congress and the Republicans in the House and Senate are worse than worthless. They are actually a detriment. They would be better to say nothing and never go to D.C. That's how fucking bad they are. They are horrible. Now, I'll blame Trump and bitch about him till I'm blue in the face. I did stream after stream about the Epstein shit.
All right, Batusai and conservative liberalism. Just remind me when the day comes. So I think the commute sentence thing, I don't want to bet against that, because I think commuting her sentence where you could be like, oh, well, you know, she served 5 years and she's not that bad of a person and I know her and whatever, so I'm just going to commute her sentence. I think that would be like the centrist ground that he might take. So I actually don't want to take that bet. Pardon, though, I'll just pay somebody $20, man. It's not a big deal. If he doesn't pardon her at all, I'll pay somebody $20.
how bad it was for Trump. I did stream after stream talking about like the focus on Israel with these student visa deportations was bullshit. About how I didn't like how he's sending money to Israel and shit. Did streams after that. The Ukraine shit, how I was mad about. The bombing of Iran, how I was mad about. Shitty people that he's appointed like Pam Bondi. The buck stops with him. But my goodness, these Republicans fucking hate this man. Of course.
Oh, so base, dude. It's like, oh my God. It's like morphine. It's like morphine being shot into my IV. Ha 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 ha. This is so good.
Trump's too fucking stupid to realize how much they hate him, and he listens to the worst of them, like Lindsey Graham. But what the fuck are the Republicans in Congress doing? What do they ever do? In my entire adult life, what have they done? I remember when they ran for years on repealing and replacing Obamacare. Oh, if only we got power, we'd do it. Okay, then they got power. House, Senate, presidency during Trump's first year in his first term. And what'd they do? Nothing. Shit the bed.
Give me more.
The Republicans, when they finally get power, here's the truth. They're like, oh, fuck. Now we're in position to do something. And reality is we don't want to do anything. Because we don't give a fuck about our constituents. We don't care at all. We don't give a fuck if young people can't afford houses. We don't give a shit that grocery prices are high. We don't give a fuck. We care about consolidating power with our Democrat buddies. We care about globalism. That's what we care about. Fuck our supporters. We don't care about them. We don't give a fuck. So, oh shit, now we're in power and we're like, well, we're going to fight real hard to pass a massive spending bill. It ain't really going to do shit that we promised. Ain't going to do shit we promised, but it'll spend a lot of money. I'm assuming our base will love that. But we have to spend a lot of money this time. And then trust us. Trust us out. Next time, we'll cut back on the budget.
Oh my God, this gives me life.
Also doing the shit that we promised. What have they done? Nothing. Because it's not that they're incompetent. And let's be honest, I talk about this all the time with the Democrats. Was it that the Democrats were just incompetent and couldn't see that Joe Biden was a fucking human vegetable? No, they knew what was up. They're corrupt. Was it they were incompetent and they couldn't see the mass amount of people coming through the border in the Biden administration? No, it's because that's what they wanted, because they're corrupt. The same is true of the Republicans. I'm not going to sit here and listen, well, they're just stupid. They just don't know what they're doing. Fuck all that. Garbage in, garbage out. This is who they are. I'm not saying every single one, but as a unit, this is who they are. The truth is, the real power, the donor class that feeds the Republican Party, they can't wait for MAGA to end. They
God, give me more.
want it to go back to business as usual. They don't like populism, right wing or left wing.
Correct.
They want Trump to crash and burn. They want him to get through his term until 2026 when Democrats could take over in the House and maybe the Senate. And then there'll be an excuse. Well, we would have tried shit. We would have got shit done, but oh, those dastardly Democrats. Oh, boy. Okay, well, what'd you do for the past 2 years? Well, let me tell you, Republican constituent, here's what we did. We laid the table for if we won in 2026, then we're about to start doing shit. But we...
All right, Justin, let me bite. So you said Cotter is such a boomer for finding this funny. Why do you find this funny? All right, the reason why I find this funny is because there's a quote. I was looking for it from Hamilton, or I don't think it was Hamilton, because Hamilton was somebody who actually like consolidated federal power. But there was something that was written about, it was one of the founding fathers, something like that. But they said that liberty is when the government is too busy fighting itself in order to do anything. And I'm going to draw this for you because I actually think it's like, it's super important. It's super, super important in order to understand how a republic works. So let's say we have, let's put that as the security establishment and the military industrial complex. And then let's put the bicameral legislature. And let's put, let's put the executive, and let's put the judiciary. Okay. So the way that it's supposed to work, I won't label these for now. I'll just label these while Rob's ranting, is that the way that it's supposed to work is we have a population, a nation, if you will, a body of people. And it's made up of many people. It's made up of blacks, whites, Jews, Hispanics, Ashkenazis, Sephardics, Maghrebis, Mizrahis. I just wanted to show off the fact that I knew the different kinds of ethno-religious Jews. And then, Asians, Chinese, Japanese, whatever. We have a shitload of people in the United States who all come from different walks of life, who all have different economic experiences, who all have different ethno-religious experiences, okay? And they're all represented to some degree within the United States. And then we have the security establishment. And I would say the security establishment is local law enforcement, federal law enforcement, the military, and the military-industrial complex. And that's what safeguards civilization. It's kind of like the final check on American power. And then we have a bicameral legislature, which means that we have two bodies. So we got the House of Representatives, which is more representative of the population because there's more representatives that are correlated with population. And then we have the Senate, which is 2 senators per state. Then we have the executive branch, which is the president and all the offices and administrations underneath him. And then we have the judiciary that's checking on all this. Well, the whole point of this, especially when it comes to liberty, if you're a libertarian or a conservatarian or a liberal, you should not need the federal government or the security establishment in order to function. It's nice to have, right? Like the having police be able to respond, have a military that defends you is good. Having food stamps in case you fall into hard times is good. Having disability so you can subsidize your paychecks in case you're unable to work. These are all good things. But you should be able to survive as an independent entity if you're somebody who truly believes in maximal human freedom. As a libertarian or a liberal, you should wake up. You should drink coffee that you bought from the local grocery store. You should be able to go to work and be productive 40 to 60 hours a week. And you should pay your bills. And this should largely be something that's done without intercession from the federal government. And the federal government is designed on purpose. I forget the exact quote from the founding father that I'm thinking, but they said, when government is busy with its own bullshit, that's when people are the most free. That's effectively the quote. And so the reason why we have a bicameral legislature, the reason why we have veto power invested in the executive, the reason why we have the judiciary in order to cut down at the knees, the executive and the legislative, is because the government can be onerous. The government can be unwieldy. The government can overcompensate and screw over the liberty of its citizens. And so fighting for what's important is hard. And getting consensus, not only amongst the population, but amongst the legislature and the presidency, is hard. It's difficult on purpose because you're not supposed to use the federal government in order to survive. You're not supposed to use the federal government in order to affect your everyday life. You're supposed to pay your taxes and then live your life. And that's what a free society should be. So the fact that Rob is complaining about the fact that the Senate and the House of Representatives are obstructing Donald Trump from being king, and Donald Trump has already done insane amounts of damage to the Republic as is, good. They're doing their jobs. I'm proud of them. If the Republicans, as much as they're a bunch of vampiric, manipulative, low tax cut fudge sticks, as much as they might be a part of the problem in reference to the dysfunctions of our modern society, if they are looking at Trump and they're like, wow, this guy's a stupid asshole and I can't wait for him to be out of power, I'm going to pretend that I support him for now just because that's what's necessary. But in a year, once we're lame ducks, I'm going to go back to doing my own thing. That is based. That makes me happy. Rob's frustrations with the federal government make me happy. It makes me happy that Donald Trump isn't king. It makes me happy that he's not going to have a third term. It makes me happy that even his own constituents view him as a failure. That makes me happy. It means that while the 2024 election is devastating, that I live in a country that's so stupid that they elected this asshole into office again. It's also devastating to me that hundreds of thousands or millions of people had to lose their lives unnecessarily in order to learn this lesson. The fact that Donald Trump is going to be a footnote of history who was unable to become dictator of the United States, it genuinely warms my heart. Rob Noerr and his ilk's frustration warms my heart. What's up next after this guy? Well, I have to get to the super chats, and I might be pausing Rob a little bit too much. There's a super chat, and maybe I'll save us the time because he's going to have a moment here in a moment where he's going to be breathing so hard that it might be audible through your speakers. I might not be able to hear it because I'm playing it through speakers, but I did find it so funny that Rob got so mad and he yelled for so long that he was out of breath. I've done that before, but I have a noise gate. I have a noise filter, so you shouldn't be able to hear me when I'm out of breath. And I'll tell you what the super chat is in case I decide to end the Rob segment a little bit early. The super chat said, I've never voted Republican until Donald Trump. And Rob's like, yeah, based. That says a lot to me about who the populists are that support Rob Noerr. The reason why Rob roots his rhetoric in taking care of the working class. The reason why he roots it in taking care of the white working class of America. That used to be a Democrat thing, bro. That was a Democrat thing 20 years ago. That was a Democrat thing 10 years ago. I didn't change. My party changed. So F you. All right. Back to it. Thank you so much to our Oilers for oiling today. I want to thank all of you. Grassroots with multiple super chats. Gentleman Damon with a huge $50 super chat. Bex with the $17.75 and a renewal of the membership. Grassroots with another super chat. Gen X with a membership. Patriarch renewing their membership before gifting 10 Valor Media Network memberships. And Grassroots oiling again with 10 Valor Media Network memberships. I couldn't do this without you guys. Then not just that, I'm pretty sure Bex and Christian both sent me beer money. We might have to do that tonight. My wife has an appointment tomorrow, and she said that I can't be drinking during the day. We might need to do war stories. We might need to do a debate, a six-pack, and war stories tonight. But we'll see what's up. Let's go with the content.
Lost, so now we can't do anything. Sorry.
Ooh, Grassroots says that was Jefferson. Okay, I'll try to look for the quote there.
I guess Trump will have to do it all himself via the executive branch. Oh, what's that? There's a bunch of stymieing at the court level? Oh, well. Oh, well. Tragically, nothing gets done. Now we can go back to being a minority party. Great.
Oh, there it is. I heard it. I heard it.
That's it. That's who the Republicans are. That's what their donor class wants them to be. You're not part of their constituency. They say you are, but they do not give a fuck. Maybe 40 of the senators do, but it doesn't matter because you're going to need more than that. Because none of the Democrats do. So nothing will get done.
The people who shut down the government for a month in order to get you healthcare subsidies and also try to get you full SNAP benefits are the people who don't care about the working plebeian masses. Hilarious. I'm going to use a restroom and get some water. I'll be right back. But trust me, this is the peak. You're going to enjoy it. Let it flow.
But Rob, you know what they need to do? Nuke the filibuster. Then, what would that do? Nuke the filibuster, and for what? So we only need 50 votes? So that you can see 3 or 4 of the Republicans you would need would be like, well, now we have to vote against everything. You think that there's enough Republicans in the Senate to actually do things that are significantly beneficial? Like, I don't know, ending mail-in voting? Going after the corrupt people in the FBI and all these other executive agencies? You think that? You really think that? All's ending the filibuster. I mean, the one upside is you'd finally truly get to see what the Republican Party is, because they can't wait to say, well, we would have changed shit, but we needed like 8 Democrats on board and we couldn't get it. So then they wouldn't have that excuse and they would be like, well, You think Langford's going to vote to enshrine any of Trump's EOs to protect the border? You think that guy, the bipartisan 5,000 a day illegals being left in the country guy, you think he's going to vote on a bill to secure the border that would really do something? Right now, he can pretend he would because he'd need Democrats. If you end the filibuster, then he'd be like, oh, I can't do it. We need bipartisan. I need something bipartisan. But hey, it would prime the pump for the Democrats to come right in and be like, hey, no more filibuster. Great, let's lock up Republicans. Let's start aggressively going after people that are protesting abortion. Let's do it. Throw them in prison. Oh, what's that? You want to question election results? Fuck you too. Prison. Shrug. They're absolute dog shit. Winsome Sears, that's candidate you put up in fucking Virginia? Virginia, Youngkins ran it pretty good. Puts up a candidate, his lieutenant governor, who criticized Trump in 2022. Cool. And gets absolutely shellacked to one of the most vapid, dumb debate performances I've ever seen in Abigail Spanger, or whatever the hell her name is, who refuses to remove the endorsement of Jay Jones, who wants to kill Republican children. And they couldn't win. They got crushed. That's how fucking bad the Republicans are. When is the last time Republicans have had any fucking success without Donald Trump on the ballot? They underperformed in 2018. 2020 with Trump on the ballot, they still lost. The big red wave that never occurred in 2022, despite the fact that we had record levels of inflation, the fucking border was porous, they still couldn't get any sort of like credible, hearty win. 2024, they do good, then right back to 2025, getting their ass kicked. And I mark my fucking words, unless there's a major change, they're going to get crushed in 2026.
Oh, dude, I just heard another one. Oh, dude, right there. I can hear it. Can you hear it? I'm gonna go 5 seconds back. Listen. I can hear this through speakers. Listen to this.
What executive order of Trump's have they even...
Bro, listen. I'm a cop to it, okay? When I get passionate, I can breathe hard. As a matter of fact, I can hear my dog breathing hard. And I was like, is that me? Is that me breathing hard right now? No, it's my fat dog. Okay. I got an extra little bit. I got an extra 10, 20 pounds on me. If I wear a tight shirt, I got a little bit of a beer belly going on. But I have two things going for me. Number one, my kids still make me go do stuff all the time. And I do lift weights multiple times per week. And two, I have what's called an NVIDIA noise filter. which helps out a lot with the breathing sounds and the mouse sounds and the chewing sounds. My recommendation to Rob is if you're going to be overweight, I'm not going to be mean about it. You know, we're all a little overweight. If you're going to be overweight and you're going to yell so hard that you have difficulty breathing and I can audibly hear you through the speakers, not even a headphones, speakers, then you might need to start going for nightly walks and or get a noise filter. Again, man, listen, we all got a little bit, you know, we're either super skinny. There's people in my audience who they got the skinny genes, so they're still skinny, even though they're in their late 20s, early 30s. There's a few of us who have, we're past our metabolic prime. And so maybe we put a little bit of extra weight on. Strong recommendation to focus on your cardio. And if you're not going to focus on your cardio, get a noise filter.
Tried to pass legislation to enshrine. Because you do know the problem. One of the problems with executive orders is the next president can just reverse it. Remember Remain in Mexico? Remember how the border was largely secure because of Trump's executive orders in his first term because Congress didn't do shit? They couldn't even get his his border wall passed. And then the first thing Biden did his first day in office was rescind it. Okay, we have Republicans in the House, the Senate.
Yeah, Paul, I have a respectable fupa. Yeah, there you go. My fupa, my front upper pubic area is not so large that it overlaps, right? You know, sometimes you have a little bit of a beer belly and then, you know, you get a beer belly so big that eventually your skin kind of like folds back down and smacks into your pubic area. I don't have that. Okay, I don't have that. So I have a very respectable fupa.
Senate and presidency, where have they even tried to pass a bill to secure the border? There hasn't even been an attempt.
Wait, I thought didn't they pass like $171 billion for ICE and for border security? You can't build the wall. Did Trump pass border security as a part of the big, beautiful bill? I could have sworn it was huge. Yes, border security was a major component of the legislation President Trump dubbed the One Big Beautiful Bill, which was signed into law July 4, 2025. The BBB, border wall construction, dude. This is what pissed me off, by the way. Back when Trump was trying to get a border wall in 17, 18, and Democrats did not want to pay for it, I think the estimated cost for the border wall was $21 billion. Now, 8 years later, we're spending 50. Probably because of material costs going up. But still, we're spending 50 billion with a B on the border wall. If we just would have done 21 billion, if Democrats just would have said, hey, we want to secure the border, that's fine. You know, 21 billion for the wall. We don't care that it's a boondoggle. And let's hire more customs enforcement people. This would have been done. Trump would have felt like he got a victory. We could have called it a day. But because they denied him that victory in the first presidency, now we're spending 50 billion. 10,000 new ICE agents, 5,000 new customs officers, 3,000 new border patrol agents. Yep. So what a nightmare. So Rob isn't even correct about his criticism of Trump. Trump did get substantive amounts of improvements to border security. So he's not even correct in his criticism.
You tell me, what the fuck have Republicans put up as bills? Tell me, for real, tell me. I don't fucking know. Tell me what they've done. Well, they passed the big, beautiful bill. There was a bunch of spending bullshit. Okay?
North pressed Rob on this too. So North was correct. North went a little bit too hard. He was like trying to chase him down and hunt Rob down and all that kind of stuff. So he was going too hard to get the argument out. But Rob right here, he can admit that there was nothing fiscally conservative about the big, beautiful bill. Trump pushed it. And some Republicans, a few fiscal conservatives pushed against it. But realistically, there's nothing fiscally conservative about Donald Trump. I'm happy. He won't admit it in a debate. But I'm happy he'll admit it in his own stream. Thanks for being honest on your own stream, Rob.
And Well, they're trying to pass Biden's continuing resolution, which here's the best part. This is literally the funding bill that was put forth and signed by Biden and the Democrats. They're repeating the same fucking bill, and they're still going to cave in and lose. As the majority party, not only did they not say, we're going to put a bill full of shit we want. They didn't do that. They put forth the Democrat bill that still spends way too much money. And they're going to be the ones that cave despite the fact that they're in positions of power. But hey, listen. I don't know why I'm getting animated. As we speak, I'm sure that Lindsey Graham is crafting the strongest worded letter you have ever seen. Pam Bondi right now is on her way to talk to Hannity on Fox News. So it's all going to work out. Don't worry. Whew, my goodness, what a strongly worded letter. Hey, maybe they'll have hearings. That'll do something this time. Whew, thank goodness. Want to know why Ma'am Donnie won? Because despite the fact of how powerful the propaganda machine is in this country, and it's mighty powerful, it's impressive how powerful it is. It's so fucking powerful that it's able to make you forget about Charlie Kirk that was assassinated 2 weeks later. To make you forget of 2 assassination attempts at Donald Trump. Hey, remember when that left-wing nut job climbed on top of a building and shot at ICE agents and killed 2 detainees? No? I don't blame you. It's up.
Short says, isn't the ones that the Dems had caved? This rant was before that, but realistically, he's just saying that the big, beautiful bill wasn't even necessarily like a Trump ideal bill, because the Trump ideal bill would have been cutting $2 trillion worth of spending, because that's what Doge promised. They said, oh, we'll cut federal spending by 33%. We'll balance the budget. Then they recommended $150 billion to Congress, and then they cut 10. And the 10 that they cut was the dumbest thing that they could have cut. So Doge, total failure. And then big, beautiful bill, not only did it keep the $6 trillion in spending that we do every year that runs a $2 trillion deficit, but on top of that, they cut taxes. So it's one of the worst fiscal bills in American history. It will, that's my light, but it did not hit me. It just hit my microphone. It will add $10 trillion to the deficit. So while Rob is talking about feeding American families, he also doesn't want to spend any money on feeding American families. Let me click this and fix my light.
Powerful it is. Oh, and by the way, before we get to Ma'am Donnie, have the Republicans even been able to do the bare minimum on that? Of course they didn't, do anything meaningful with legislation or shit. That would perish the fucking thought. That would be way too much to ask, right? Of course not. But could they even get the fucking political messaging right? From the top down, every fucking left-winger still screams about January 6th. We could have our most effective Republicans shot in the fucking neck. Tens of thousands of Democrats cheering on. Every fucking Democrat in office saying, yeah, but he was a fascist. The New York Times and every other media outlet talking shit on him. And the Republicans can't keep that momentum for 2 weeks.
Listen. All right, let's take a little appreciation break. Yeah, listen, Charlie Kirk was an effective guy. He took a $50,000 salary, according to him, from the Koch brothers. He started doing campus outreach 300 days out of the year, allegedly. Don't know if that's part of his legend or if that's true. He went from campus to campus to campus to campus, filming debates and conversations with random people. And he created turning points chapters that motivated the youth vote in a way that hasn't been seen in a generation. And so that's impressive. Now, I think he did it for the wrong politics. I think he did it for Donald Trump, which I've already outlined all of my moral objections to Donald Trump and my legalistic and political objections to Donald Trump. But the fact that Rob Noerr, in my opinion, is bringing up January 6th of like, oh, they still bring up January 6th. It's like, yeah, man. That's because Trump lost the election. He could not prove outcome determinative voter fraud. His DOJ, Bill Barr, all of his sycophants said that they couldn't prove it. And then he said, well, I'm probably in trouble, so I need to win anyway. So how do we do this? And then Eastman, a lawyer that was in his employ, said, well, what we could do is we could say, oh, well, we're still appealing. There's provable fraud in all of these states, which there wasn't. And as a result, the vice president is not a ceremonial role over counting the electoral stuff. He can dismiss the votes from states that we are contending and just say that they're invalid, and then that'll make Trump president. And then if Congress says, oh, well, if we can't count the votes, then we need to vote on it in the House of Representatives, that also gives us the presidency. And then we'll let them appeal it in court. So he actually tried to overthrow the Republic of the United States. He tried to use a riotous mob to pressure the vice president of the United States to vacate an election because his ego was hurt because he lost. So yeah, that's kind of a big deal. That's more important than one guy getting shot. If I got shot, or if Steven got shot, or if Hassan Piker got shot, it would be big news for like 2 weeks. And then after that, the world would spin on and somebody would replace our niche within the ecosystem of Twitch and YouTube politics or online politics. But like we're relatively small fish. Overthrowing a 250-year-old republic is going to be one of the bigger deals. So yeah, you're gosh darn right that anybody who is anti-Trump should be bringing up January 6, 2021 in perpetuity. And then it should also be true that Charlie Kirk, while an important man in his own way, he will be forgotten by history. It'll be a footnote. It'll be during Trump's first year, a popular conservative pundit was assassinated at a university, and the conservatives cared about it for about a month. And that organization is still around today, and now there's a Democratic equivalent organization. That's going to be the footnote. We're all cogs in a machine, bro. We're all cogs in a machine. Now, he's correct that Republicans probably could have made more hay out of that. But at the same time, they made a lot of hay out of his funeral. So while they might not have been pushing it recently within the past 2 or 3 weeks, they still bring it up as a talking point every now and then. And they really pushed it hard during the Charlie Kirk funeral. So, yeah. Sacred Snow. Yeah, where the hockey coach from Letterkenny says, it's fucking embarrassing. Yeah, dude, that's... Yeah. Nice.
How is it possible? If you were trying to lose, you couldn't do worse. They're fucking wretched. You want to know why Mandani won?
Yeah, Subry Keller says, I love pointing out the fact that Trump thinks that asylum applicants are insane people from other countries.
Because despite that propaganda, you can't fool the people on certain issues anymore.
When I was listening to this the first time, I was like, can you though? Can you fool the American people multiple times on the same issue? I mean, I would argue that you and your ilk were fooled multiple times on the same issue. That's what I would argue.
Now, look, I think the economy's better than Democrats are leading on, but it ain't good. And just like I criticize Biden's administration for constantly saying, economy's great, Jack, greatest economy ever. What the fuck's Trump out there saying? He's building ballrooms at Mar-a-Lago, having parties saying, we've entered the golden age. The average age of a first-time homeowner in this country is 40 fucking years old. 40. First-time home buyer. That's me. That's pathetic. It's fucking pathetic. No one expects Trump to work miracles. You didn't expect things to go back down to pre-pandemic levels price-wise. And certainly things were way worse under the Biden administration. But people are struggling.
Okay. This is another thing that pisses me off, okay? Let me do a new one. New, save. Frustrations with a republic. I'll label this one later. It's not a big deal. So Rob Noerr, a Republican, a conservative, a MAGA guy who thinks that he can say who's actually Republican, who's actually conservative, is frustrated that we live in a republic where Donald Trump cannot be king. I'm shocked. I know you guys are as shocked as I am shocked. Okay. Now, what was he saying? He just said it a second ago, and I knew it was something I wanted to draw.
Things were way worse under the Biden administration.
Oh, okay. This one's actually very, very, very simple. Okay. There are apparently multiple kinds of inflation, and I'm going to draw the ones that I know. And I think some people could probably tell me other ones. But the main one that I think most people talk about, because they kind of predict the fall of industrial economies, are two factors. This is what I've been told is one of the largest predictors of inflation is decrease in production and then an increase in money supply. Okay? That's like the main one. This is the one that like kills countries. Because what happens is, since there's a decrease in production, you have to print more money so poor people can still afford to get basic consumer goods. But then you print more money, and then the poor people can barely survive, which decreases production more, and then you effectively get into a death spiral that destroys, the country that you're in. So this is like the main one that people care about. The other one that I think I've heard is supply side decrease with a demand side increase. Now, I don't know if this is technically inflation, but somebody could tell me if this is technically considered inflation. I would just consider this like market forces, but I'm just going to write it down until somebody decrease in production and then increase in demand. And so this actually applies to a lot of what we're talking about right now. So let's talk about this real quick. COVID was one of the worst I think it's the worst economic catastrophe since the Great Depression. Okay. No, decrease in production, increase in demand. No. Well, yeah, kind of actually increase in money supply. Yeah. Actually, I could see how these are related, but let me show you how they might be related, but not one-to-one. Okay. So with COVID, we had a decrease in production across the board. Every job that could be digitized was digitized. And so as a result, people went home and they worked a little bit less. Let's be real. I worked hard from home, but realistically, plenty of people just sat in their pajamas and then did what was necessary in order to not get fired. That was a lot of people when they went home. And then Trump and everybody knew that in order for poor people to survive, they had to increase money supply. That was the stimulus. Trump did the stimulus. Trump put his money on the checks. So for Rob to be such a political ignoramus that during Trump, the inflation hadn't kicked in yet, but then a month or two later or 6 months later, the inflation went through the roof, that's either you're an idiot or you're lying. Okay? Because obviously the economy works on a lag. So Bidenflation, quote unquote, is the product of COVID. In my mind, obviously so. Okay? And Democrats wanting to do stimulus probably didn't help, but also you have to balance people starving to death versus the health of the economy. Now, a decrease in production versus an increase in demand. What I would say, the reason why I wouldn't make these one-to-one is because let's say housing shortage, and then let's put 50-year mortgage over here. Let's say that people are stupid enough, no offense, because if you want a house, you want a house. Let's say people are dumb enough to sign up for a 50-year mortgage. Well, that's going to increase demand. At the same time, the government is not building new housing. So what I wouldn't say this is the same as the COVID lockdowns / stimulus. So once again, my point to Rob and to any Republican or Trump sycophant in my audience or who happens to click on this video is Trump is currently presiding over two inflationary concepts. He was in charge of the COVID stimulus and lockdowns. He presided over that. And then the housing shortage being made up for with a 50-year mortgage. That's one of the dumbest fucking policies I've ever heard in my entire life. So anyways, Trump's a stupid moron. Let me say that. Save as inflation. Inflation 2. Apparently we did it once before. If somebody has another kind of inflation, please let me know. It's been a while since I took my micro econ and macro econ.
But people are struggling. They are. And you might say that's Biden's fault. Maybe. And yet, the message from the Republicans is great economy, dude. It's doing awesome. Okay. Mamdani might be a full of shit socialist, but at least he's saying the right things. Hey, I care about you. I want you to have an affordable life. Yes, he's saying shit about Gaza here and there, but at the key times, he's saying the right thing.
All right, I'm going to fast forward a little bit because I want to get to this. Okay. So he gets done with Mamdani, and believe it or not, this is probably the crescendo. After it's done with Nick, I'm probably gonna wrap it up and move into the next segment just because I feel my attention kind of waning on the topic. Rob Noerr freaking out has given me life. It's allowed me to talk about things that I want to talk about. And as like a mid-segment summary, I'm just going to say, Rob recognizing that his audience are Democrats who are voted for Trump because Trump was the first Republican that they ever voted for. Recognizing that Trump and the Republican Party are at odds and the Republican Party hates his guts. The establishment hates his guts and can't wait for him to be out of power. That makes me so happy. And then Republicans and MAGA passing like limited things like border security and tax cuts, but not really being interested in normal policies that help out the working class of America, and him endorsing working class rhetoric of a socialist, of a communist. That's hilarious to me. It's hilarious to me that this guy would have the balls to say that he determined who and what was a real conservative or a real Republican. It makes me so happy to see this twisted on its head and spun about. But what happens next is Rob is saying, like, not only is the socialist more politically effective because he's talking about working class people, but what have Republicans been focused on over the past week and so many super chats that they've been focused on Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, and that sends him into a death spiral about Nick Fuentes, which also gives me life. Let's take a look at it.
The story they were focused on. Anyone? 3 days ago. What was the story? There it is. That was the story, wasn't it? That was the story. Oh, should Tucker Carlson have Nick Fuentes on? Remember how I said going into the 2024 election, it was like, how fucking funny was it that I was watching so many of these online left-wing streamers pick a side between Hassan and Destiny? It's like, are you kidding me? You guys think that Trump's this existential threat and you can't stop infighting? Here we are. Here we are.
All right. But that is the spiritual fight. Holy shit. Sorry. He just said something that is like, I don't know if deep is the right term, but it's something that I care about. Where is it the left-wing coalition? Right here. Right here. Okay? This is the fight on the side of the Democrats. All right? Destiny was representative of the liberals, even though he had a few progressive takes every now and then. Hassan was representative of the communists, but he also spoke to, whenever he went on an interview, he said social democratic and progressive shit, right? So the fact that the Democrats were actually having a spiritual fight online over the future of the left, that's important. It's super important. And the only reason why I'm not jumping into the liberal camp and then having this fight is because all the liberals, no offense, but if I talk to Josiah or Pondering Politics or IRI or even Destiny to some degree, and I'm like, hey, Hassan Piker's a piece of shit and he should be cast out of normal politics. The fact that any congressman or congresswoman is willing to sit down with him and have a conversation with him should be fucking alarming to you. The fact that a communist just got elected in New York City should be alarming to you. And the fact that the socialists and the communists are making such large inroads into the Democratic Party should be like red flag alarm bells. And getting them, they're like, okay, well, whatever it takes in order to defeat MAGA. So I can't really get them to care about that, at least to the degree that I care about it. But on the right, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. I'm a part of what? Like the neoconservative, never Trump Republican, Burkean conservative fringe of the Republican Party. Then there's probably like the neoconservative fiscal conservatives. Then there's like the fiscal conservative conservatarians. And then there's MAGA. It's a part of the same problem. I am the coalition minority within the Republican Party, and I'm trying to have influence over the coalition majority. And so for him to be like, oh, ha, ha, ha. Well, I guess actually, you know what? I probably shouldn't be too mean about it. Because he is acknowledging something. He's acknowledging that the Republicans are not without fault within this dynamic. And now it's Trump versus everybody who hates Trump. So actually, you know what? Credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
Oh, and sorry, the new fight is Nick Fuentes allowed to be a part of our coalition?
That's the big story. And then we lose. Who would have thought? It doesn't matter if you think they're garbage or not. The left wants to kill you.
Can we 114.05, bro? Can we gotta make that. That's gotta be a sound, man. That's gotta be a sound. I need to DM Danabo real quick. Where's Danabo? Ah! Danabo. 114.05. The left wants to kill you. Rob Noerr soundbite. Oh my god. That shit gives me life. Let me minimize this and rewind 5 seconds.
You're not. The left wants to kill you. It doesn't matter if you think they're garbage or not. The left wants to kill you. You think they're garbage or not? The left wants to kill you. The left wants to kill you.
Oh my god. Once again, 1 to 2% of the left does want to kill you. It's true. It's true. 98.9 to 98% of the population just doesn't give a shit. And they think you're bad people. And when you die, they're not going to cry about it. That's how I feel about Trump. I don't think Trump should be killed. I don't think he should be assassinated. I think that they should let him have his turn. He should have an ineffectual turn. And he should retire. And once he retires, he should live out his life in shame. I actually think assassinating Trump would be bad. However, if Trump died, let's say that the Butler, Pennsylvania assassin had succeeded, or let's say that he actually did have a stroke. Let's say that he had a heart attack randomly and just died. I'm not crying over Donald Trump. I'm not crying over that man. And so Rob going to his audience of a few hundred people and saying, like, every liberal wants to kill you. Destiny is hunting you down right now. I think it's kind of funny. I'm actually gonna back it up one more time.
It doesn't matter if you think they're garbage or not. The left wants to kill you.
Christ.
Well, I don't like the fact that Tucker Carlson talked to Nick Fuentes. The dude running for attorney general in Virginia, I don't know if you knew this, he says he wants Republicans' children to die. That's what he wants. Now, we saw what they did to Charlie Kirk. We saw tens of thousands of people cheered on. Not one prominent Democrat, other than John Fetterman that I know of, said that they would refuse to endorse this guy. What's your comment on it? Well, I don't particularly like Nick Fuentes. I don't know why Tucker's platforming. Right, but back to the Democrats that want you dead. Yeah, I just don't get the Nick Fuentes thing. I don't get it. And what is Candace Owens saying? Okay.
Well, Candace Owens is saying that TPUSA and the Israeli government assassinated Charlie Kirk because he was turning his back on Israel. And realistically, J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk were planning his demise. That way they could fill his power vacuum and take over one of the most powerful youth organization movements in the country. That's what Candace Owens said. Candace Owens said all of Charlie Kirk's closest friends and family members and political allies murdered him so they could fill in the power gap. So yeah, it's kind of weird because I think Candace Owens is one of the biggest podcasts in the United States of America. At least that's what she was claiming on Twitter the other day. So yeah, the right wing becoming increasingly detached from reality and schizophrenic is kind of important. Like if you care about reality and truth, it's kind of important.
Well done. Whoa, you really moved the needle there.
Grassroots getting spicy.
Fuentes also wants Republicans to die if they're in the wrong race. Well, I guess we should really highlight that when he runs for attorney general, huh? Oh, wait, what's that? He's not? Oh, well, let's focus on that instead of, the Democrats in positions of power. Good shit. See, I keep hearing this. Rob, we could do both things. We could fight Nick and we could fight the Democrats. Rob, we could do both things. We could work at home to lower prices and we could fund Ukraine. Sure, we could do that. How'd that work out yesterday?
Yeah, because you can't prioritize multiple things at once. That's not how politics works. You can only do one thing at once. And the one thing that you need to do is sucking off Trump because we haven't done enough of that. Okay. We haven't sucked off Trump enough. If we suck him off just one more time, we'll have Christian conservative MAGA republicanism. Just one more suck. Just one more suck. And then boom, MAGA America, an economic golden age, peace and prosperity, peace, truth, strength. Just one more tweet about how Trump is amazing and everybody around him is garbage. And then boom, we got it. Doobie for 20 says, fix that thing I sent you a DM about. Should be updated on the site now, just FYI. Well, thanks, buddy. Thanks, Doobie. Doobie, not only thank you for the super chat, but also thank you in reference to King Solidus. King Solidus is at $1,200 right now, and we're trying to get him to 2,000. I think 2,000 is his medical deductible, and we're trying to help him fix his shoulder. I'll find the GoFundMe link, and I'll share it in a second. But I do want to thank everybody who supported the channel real quick. Doobie, Grassroots Hegemon with multiple super chats. Gentleman Damon with a very generous $50 super chat. Bex with a 1775 commemorating the Marine Corps birthday. Thank you, Bex. Thank you for renewing your membership, Bex, as well. Gen X, thank you for renewing your membership. Patriarch, thank you for renewing your membership. And also thank you for gifting 10 Valor Media Network memberships. And thank you, Grassroots Hegemon, for 10 gifted Valor Media Network memberships. I sincerely appreciate it. Like the stream, share it with your friend, engage in chat. We have lots of funny, interesting, smart, cool people in chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And then also what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull King Solidus's GoFundMe real quick. So King Solidus is one of our friends. He's a community member. He's been in the community for a bit, and he's kind of a funny guy. But he is a working class fella, and he injured his shoulder, which is kicking his ass. Holy shit. Never mind. I think everything after this is extraneous. Yeah, we got him to 2,000, guys. We got him to 2,000. Can I share this? I want to share this with chat. I love you. And Doobie, if this was you just doing 800 and then fundraising on the background, thank you. Seriously, I can't thank you enough. I understand that some people think you're a Machiavellian, Varys style spider spy creature. You cannot be banned in my chat. Nobody can ban Doobie. Doobie can sweep for the Red Sea crisis. Doobie can sweep for Hassan Piker with impunity. With impunity, Doobie can sweep for Hassan Piker and can sweep for the Red Sea crisis because of his aid with a community member, okay? So Doobie helped facilitate this last $1,000. So it's an anonymous $800 gift, and it's an anonymous $200 gift, but this is Doobie's doing. And I'll just go on a little rant real quick. This is Mr. Jorge, community member, injured shoulder, working class fella, has a really high deductible, needed help. His goal was $2,000. Now it's $3,000, but honestly, I think $2,000 was his medical deductible. Anything after this is just helping him with living expenses. And so, sorry, King Solidus, you're on your own after this. You're on your own after this, bud. You got to figure it out. But through the community, within the past 2 weeks, we've raised $2,000 for King Solidus. So thank you. 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 The fact that I have a community that'll support me financially, the fact that we have a community that'll help out a community member in need. Seriously, I couldn't do it without you guys. I parasocially love you. And thank you so much for your support. And Doobie in particular, feel free to tell me about how Hassan Piker is based. Feel free to tell me about how jihadist terrorism in the Red Sea is amazing. And realistically, the founding fathers would have supported the Red Sea crisis. Go crazy. Go crazy, Doobie. And that was allegedly organized through the political Discord, the political community Discord. So if you want to join, obviously join my Discord. But if you want to join another schizo political Discord and just fight people with politics all the time, it's one of the biggest communities in Twitch and YouTube politics. So Doobie, thank you once again. Community, thank you once again. I parasocially love you.
Doing both things. How'd it work? Well, Nick still went on Tucker and got interviewed, and your fight against him did jack shit, and Republicans lost. Well done. You guys did it. You did both things very well. Good job. Yep, you're right. You can do both things, or neither, which is what happened. Matt Walsh had it right. After Charlie Kirk, I don't give a fuck. I'll work for Nick Fuentes. I'll work with this. Fuck Nick.
All right, hold up. Big Leafy Tree for $7 says, do you think Rob keeps the same overacting voice everywhere? Does my man drive through order like that? Yeah, probably. All right. So let me let me take you back a little bit in time, all right? So I caught flack because I'm gonna go full screen for this one. And if I can thank you guys one more time. So once again, King Solidus, you picked the right community to be a part of. The community of grill hottists helped out a fellow brother in need, and now King Solidus can afford his deductible and can get his shoulder taken care of. So seriously, Doobie, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the community members. Thank you to Christian Blairs. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon. Thank you to anybody else who donated. I think I saw Gen X in there. Thank you to Dr. Zayas. Thank you to Patriarch. Thank you to Send Patriarch. Thank you to everybody who's donated today. I parasocially love you, and I genuinely appreciate it. I want to make this my job, okay? I want to be streaming to you guys for the next decade or two. But the other thing that I want to do is there was a character named Booksmarts who said, what you do when you're small is what you do when you're big. So just do what you do. And that was kind of a call out for me, because if I ever got as big as Destiny, or if I ever got as big as Vosh, I would like to think that I would carve off a healthy chunk of my AdSense revenue and general Super Chat revenue and put it back towards the community. So I think in 2022, if I remember correct, whenever Hurricane Ian was around, Hurricane Ian, we fundraised around $4,000. We cut down trees. We chopped up wood. We took it off of people's fences. We fixed people's fences. We dried out houses. We dried out buildings. We did all sorts of shit. And if I did work with construction software, if I had to estimate the amount of labor hours and work that we did during Hurricane Ian, off of like a $2,000 to $4,000 investment, we probably did $10,000 to $12,000 worth of work. So, and all of the money was on equipment. We didn't pay any of the volunteers. I think I bought lunch for them a couple of times, and I think we did around $200 in like canned food and all that stuff that we donated to a food shelter. So we basically got in 4,000 and we put out 10 to 12. Okay. And maybe I'm exaggerating. That might've been 2,500. That might've been 2,500 in, but it was still 10 to 12 out. Then we did a fundraiser for Ukraine. We got around $4,000. Then we did a fundraiser for King Solidus just now, and we just did 2. We are a really small community. We're only around 100 people. The fact that we have such strong Oilers within the community who are willing to back us that way warms my heart to a degree that I can't even share. But let's get into sex stuff. Okay. So back in 24, it was February of 24, Vosh, a lefty streamer, got into trouble. And what had happened was, I think around October of 23, PV approached me and they said, hey, we'll pay you XYZ amount of dollars per month in order to be a consultant on us doing canvassing events and volunteer events. We know that you're a Republican, but we want you to work with us in order to do anti-Trump stuff. And I was like, awesome. I would love to share my insights on Trump stuff. And so we had like a weekly meeting, and we also had canvassing events in Cincinnati and Milwaukee that were largely funded by DGG, or largely taken care of by DGG. And then VGG, Vosh's community, did an event in New York. And the New York one they lost. In the Milwaukee and Cincinnati events, they actually had really good turnout, and they had really good hours, and they had really good stats for what their community impact was. And I think PV over the course of 2 years got 1.6 million voter contacts. So you can say, oh, it wasn't enough to beat Trump. But at the same time, like, how many voter contacts did you individually get if you're a critic of PV? You know, like if you voted, okay, PV contacted 1.6 million voters in order to try to get them to the polls. How much that moved the needle, I have no idea. Okay. It's just the stat that I think is most impressive. So anyways, in February of 24, I caught flack because I had criticized the drama streamer Chud Logic for normalizing food shops. I thought normalizing food shops was cringe. I thought it was lame. I thought it was bad. I thought that Chud Logic's friendship with Mr. Girl had kind of blinded him to the amount of lolicons that were in his community, and that he was pulling punches in order to keep the peace. And I said that to his face. And in February, Vosh had his taxes folder leaked. And for those of you who don't know, what Vosh did is he kept a bunch of pornography on his computer, and some of that pornography involved lolicon. And lolicon, for those of you who don't know, is underage drawing of Japanese pubescent and post-pubescent girls. So people were like, oh, not Trump, although that's funny enough, Trump. But Vosh is an ephebophilic, zoophilic weirdo because he had drawings of a horse. And so people were like, oh, Connor, when are you going to do the criticism? When are you going to do the expose? When are you going to do this content? When are you going to do this content? Because I just got done criticizing food shops. And I said, listen, I'm a part of PV. I'm a small streamer. I'm a small content creator. I think you guys all know my opinions on the topic. I'm not going to make content about it because I don't want my content to be the straw that breaks the camel's back and causes an implosion of the organization. And they were like, oh, you're a piece of shit. You're a hypocrite. You're selling out your values. You're a monster. You're an asshole. Like it was all this shit for probably like a solid 30 to 60 days. The drama frogs were like, oh, you're such a fucking monster. What I love about this now, because Rob Noerr was amongst them. Rob Noerr was amongst the people who were like, oh, you're going to work with Vosh, the communist lolicon? You're such a piece of shit. And now, good to see that Rob has no principles because not only did he give me a bunch of shit for being politically pragmatic and saying like, listen, you guys know how I feel about this, which is bad. I don't like it. I think it's a lot of criticism. I actually think PV made a mistake by continuing to work with Vosh, but that's their mistake to make. Now he's just like, yeah, I'll work with Nick Fuentes. I'll work with a neo-Nazi. I'll work with a guy who argues for the denaturalization and deportation of Jews. I'll work with a guy who is a race realist, who believes that America should be resegregated. I'll work with a guy who's, basically, effectively, he's a Christian nationalist, but he's also like an ethno-nationalist in the sense that he wants to segregate Northern Europeans from every other demographic. So, yeah, Rob just came out and he was like, I have no principles. Actually, everything Connor did, I'm going to do it worse. I'm going to work with, voluntarily, without challenge, I'm going to work with a Christian nationalist, effectively a neo-Nazi. Based, Rob. Based. So happy. Sorry that went like super wholesome and then it went for a turn. But I find both of these things funny. I find it funny, and I'm very grateful and thankful that you guys raised several $1,000s for a community member. And then I'm also grateful and thankful that Rob's a hypocritical piece of shit. So, yeah, let's go. And sorry, real quick. Doobie says the goal wasn't big enough to justify a big fundraiser, so I just paid the last $1,000. Doobie, I know we don't see eye to eye. I know it's probably a matter of time until we hurt each other's feelings. I know that we're going to fight about something in the future and you're going to think I'm a piece of shit or vice versa. But the fact that you were willing, with your wealth, to put it forward into the Twitch poll community so casually, seriously, thank you.
Fuentes, if he decides that he's going to be divisive, fuck Tucker Carlson if he's going to decide he's going to be divisive, fuck Mark Levin, fuck Ben Shapiro, fuck all of them. I don't care, though. That's not my focus. My focus is I'll work with Scott Pressler. I'll work with Nick Fuentes. I'll work with Matt Walsh. I'll work with Ben Shapiro. I don't give a fuck. Win and then do something.
Oh.
The more Republican, if you really hate Nick Fuentes, stop fucking talking about him.
Doobie says, all my dislike of PV was actually just the Brianna Wu Association. She got fired in October of 23. And they're not on good terms on social media right now.
Nick goes out and Tucker Carlson. People sit. The vast majority of the coverage that came from that was Republicans bitching about it, which then Democrats see and say, look what even Republicans are saying, how bad the Republican Party's getting. Congratulations.
Justin says your grandpa had Nick's views. No, he didn't. Sorry, I got to look into your eyes again. No, he didn't. I'm gonna tell you a story. I think his name was Art. Art was my dad's dad. Howard. My mom's dad. I'm gonna tell you about Howard because Howard was a tough guy. All right. Howard was born in the 20s, Great Depression, raised in Boston, tough kid. And his family was okay. Like they were kind of like middle class, even for the 20s and the 30s. They could afford their houses. They had like a 2,000 square foot house. His dad did some kind of business owner. But Howard was supposed to go to college and he was supposed to go to University of Pennsylvania. And I think he ended up going to University of Pennsylvania. And so that's an Ivy League school. UPenn is Ivy League. He went to the Wharton School of Business. But before he did that, it was World War II. And so he enlisted in order to join the war. And he heard about a volunteer unit. And they wouldn't tell you what the volunteer unit was until you volunteered for it. And he was like, well, Army's kind of big and lots of Army dudes are getting killed. I'm going to volunteer for the special unit and see if it's cool. The special unit was the Army Air Corps. So my grandfather on my mother's side was there at the infancy of the United States Air Force before it became the United States Air Force. And in 43, he was trained to be a B-17 navigator. And by 44, he was flying bombing missions over Germany. How many bombing missions he did, we actually have no idea because he refused to talk about any of his combat missions. And one of the things that he told me, I asked him, what did you, excuse me. I asked him because I was in Iraq at the time, and I sent him an email, and I was like, how did you deal with like the stress and anxiety of potential death? And he was like, oh, it was super easy. I just bent over and I kissed my own ass goodbye. And I laughed my ass off. Like in Iraq, I laughed my ass off. I really wish I had a better relationship with Howard. But Howard was a tough man. And so Howard came back from the war, and he was an alcoholic. And allegedly, he was quite manipulative with his family. He was not very nice to his family. He separated from his wife at some point. He had a girlfriend at some point. He had, I think, 6 kids with my grandma, who was a great woman, genuinely a great woman. Warm, funny, smart as a whip. And so anyways, my grandfather likes to fuck with people, and he's racist the way that I'm racist, where he's kind of racist, but like he likes people. And so Howard in the 40s or 50s, he was with my mother at the time because my mom's the one who told me this story. He's going shopping for like a new property, a new house, and he's looking around, he's checking out houses, all that kind of stuff. And this is the 50s. So people are still kind of anti-Semitic. And he goes up to the real estate lady and he's like, this is kind of a nice property. Are there any Jews in the neighborhood? And the real estate lady is kind of like, she's shocked, but she doesn't know how to take it. Like, is it good if the Jews are in the neighborhood, or is it bad if the Jews are in the neighborhood? She goes with bad. And so she's like, I don't think so. And then Howard responds, oh, that's a shame. Jews normally have excellent taste in real estate. And he walks out and doesn't buy the house. And no, I don't agree that Howard was like Nick Fuentes, because Howard's the kind of guy, and Art were the kind of guy that would help somebody, regardless of their race, creed, or color. They would help them change their tire if they were on the side of the road. Howard and Art, as far as I know, they fought in the war, but they didn't relish bloodshed. They weren't enthusiastic about violence. And then not just that, Howard in particular, the B-17 pilot, his crowning joy, the thing that he was happiest about the war, was freeing prisoners of war, landing in fields, and then recovering half-starved men who had watched many of their friends be killed, and then flying them back to England in order to save them from German atrocity. So no, I think that Howard, if he met Nick, he would hit Nick in the face. So I viciously disagree with your characterization of my grandparents. I don't think you knew him, and I think I knew him better than you. And I think the presumption that every 50s American was a Christian nationalist is bullshit. Anyways, back to the content. I want to let Rob spurg out a little bit more, and then we'll let him spurg until he gets the super chats, and then we'll wrap up.
There you go. Now, there is a criticism of me, but right now I'm talking about Nick telling people it was
a little bit gay. True. Dice5 for $19 says, here's my movie ticket. I'm sneaking food into the theater. Based. Thanks, King. I appreciate you.
Stupid to be talking about Nick instead of focusing on the left. And this big brain guy goes, but you're talking about him. Hey, so if you're giving advice to Republicans and say, hey, you should stop talking about Israel and focus on America first, this guy will go, you just talked about Israel. You just talked about Israel. You said not to talk about Israel, but you mentioned not talking about Israel, which is talking about Israel. You see? Mm-hmm. You see what you did? If you don't want them to talk about Israel, then you shouldn't talk about Israel and let them keep talking about Israel.
Have I seen the poll of World War II soldiers who wanted to keep it segregated? And still help a black fella change his tire.
You see how smart I am? Yeah.
Dead air. Let's go, Rob.
Say what you will about Nick Fuentes. The central criticism of his, which I think is oftentimes way too far, and very bad for messaging and everything is Trump administration's more focused on Israel than the United States. And guess what? He's right. That's the truth. He's right, and the American people see it. And the Republican response to that is, shut that man up. We're the party of Lindsey Graham and Mark Levine. Shut him up. Israel first. Right, Ted Cruz? Well, we have to support Israel because the Bible tells me. Really? It says support Israel as it exists in 2025. Can you point to me that passage? Mike Pence, I showed you this the other day. Mike Pence said, there's no room. Well, let's see if I can find it.
Doobie says, okay, the more Rob talks, the more I'm a fan. This is going to turn me into a Rob stan. Bro, come on, man. You can't just help out a community member that aggressively. That way you have endless grace within my community and then be like, yeah, you know what? Rob Moore's based. Now you're just messing with me.
Oh, I have this saved somewhere.
No, Rob isn't a groiper. He's just a useful idiot. So he's going for the fact that any American geopolitical intrigue is the United States government putting foreign countries first. Therefore, the Trump administration writing Israel a blank check is them effectively supporting the state of Israel more than they support their own home country. As a result, Nick Fuentes might be a virulent anti-Semite, race realist, segregationist, but he'll work with them in order to let stuff happen. Dude, I gotta shut down the content because Dewey is saying the more Rob goes anti-Israel, the more that he becomes a Rob stan incrementally. I gotta shut down the content.
I
might need to put him on like 125, man. He's like trying to find something. But I don't want to miss it. It seems like this is the we already hit the climax.
Oh my goodness.
For me, the climax was the hour where he's kind of talking about how Republicans suck and he hates all Republicans. That was kind of the crescendo for me. But I also feel like this is like the post crescendo. This is the play out. The play out is him sweeping for Fuentes.
Let's find it.
All right, I'm going to fast forward in a second.
Could have swore I had this somewhere.
Oh my God, Rob.
From my memory. It'd be nice to get the exact word.
It's Mike Pence saying that you cannot be like America first without supporting Israel.
Conservative movement for opposing American support. Quote, there's no room in the conservative movement for opposing American support for Israel. And there's absolutely no room in the conservative movement for anti-Semitism.
Well,
let me repeat that. There's no room.
Now there's a little bit of room
in the conservative movement for opposing the American support of Israel. That's Mike Pence. Not 4 days ago. I disagree. That doesn't mean I'm going to Jaysberg. That I'm going to say, ethnic Jews need to be kicked out of the country. There's Jews under every bed, this, that, and the other. I ain't saying that. But what the fuck? When people say shit like that, that's why people turn to someone like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. What? Excuse me? Huh? What was that? When they hear Ted Cruz saying biblically he has to support Israel. Wait, what? Huh? I'm trying to pay my rent. I'm fucking struggling to buy groceries. I can't afford health insurance. And I got prominent leaders in the Republican Party saying things like, we always have to support Israel. We got to keep backing. Wait, what? And maybe I don't even really like what Israel's doing over there. Huh? Wait, huh? And then Nick Fuentes goes, hey, listen, it's Israel first, baby. That's what they're concerned about. They'll make sure the Israeli people have food. They'll make sure they're covered, but not you. Just like the Democrats, they give a shit more about the illegals than you. Republicans, they give a shit more about Israel than you. Well, maybe that's overselling it, but people are like, oh, that seems to make sense.
I'm sorry. Once again, like I know this is argumentatively whataboutism, okay? Because you're saying, Rob is saying the Republican Party is corrupt and they're putting Israel first, and the Democratic Party is corrupt and they're putting illegal immigrants and minorities first. Now, he might not have said minorities, but let's be real, half of his audience heard it that way. So, at that point, what I want to say is Trump makes that worse, okay? My whole argument was, if you care about border security, if you care about inflation, if you care about the economy, if you care about American position on the world stage, Trump makes all that shit worse. Arguably, the only two things that Trump has done that are actually like conservatives, I think, should like or would like, is probably prioritizing the security of the border and repealing Roe versus Wade. Those are the two things and repealing Roe versus Wade is huge, by the way. Like if a MAGA person or a social conservative said to me, well, I view abortion as murder, therefore repealing Roe versus Wade was huge, and despite Trump being a piece of garbage, that alone was worth it. If somebody said that to me, but then they added in all the other caveats of why Trump was a dirtbag, then I'd be like, all right. And then, what was the other one? Securing the border. There's also people who are so concerned with fast demographic change inside the United States due to Central and South American immigration. They could say, well, the Democrats would have kept making noises about securing the border, but they never would have. Therefore, I think Trump securing the border, regardless of all his other faults, I think that was worth it. I would think it was stupid, but I at least understand it. Those are the only two things that I think Trump has done or actually done. And I think a lot of that is going to return to the status quo, relatively speaking, once he's out of office.
And then the Republican response to that is, shut that motherfucking Fuentes kid up. Shut him up. Tucker, what the fuck are you talking to him for? What city in this country do you think has the highest concentration of Jewish people? Or the highest numbers?
Number one, the country is the United States. Number two, New York City.
I have a guess. I don't know this. I'll look it up.
I can hear him breathing. Sweeping is a piece of grave. This goes straight into pro-anti-Semitic cock polishing. Sorry, Connor. Sorry, Ken. Well, thanks for saying sorry.
I was right. New York. They just elected a fucking Hamas supporter. New York City. Just elected a Hamas supporter.
I don't know if he's a Hamas supporter, but I do think he's hiding his power level. Mamdani, he's talking about.
Now, how popular do you think the ever-loving support for Israel is if the place that has the most of them is electing the person most antithetical to them?
Lou S. says, hey, Connor, how are things going for the channel? When did your wife say the timer runs out on streaming? I hope things are going well. I think she said April, but I think we're doing good, man. I know we're only between like 100 and 150 people on average, and I need to start debating in order to get more people into the community. I need to start going on TikTok and all that kind of stuff. But realistically, we got 2 or 3 people who just oil the shit out of the channel. Just as an example, Grassroots, Hegemon, Patriarchs, M Patriarch, Dr. Zayas, Gen X, Numinax. There's a whole bunch of people who donate. And so I think we punch super high above our weight class. And I want to thank everybody from today. So Grassroots, Patriarch, Gen X, Bex, Gentleman Damon or Demon, Doobie, Big Leafy Tree, and Dice 5. They've all donated today. So we're actually doing quite well from a financial standpoint. I just don't want to lean on these people, and I don't want to count on them forever, because who knows? They might be like, Connor said this cringe thing. Fuck him. I'm out. I want to grow. And so we're going to continue to grow. April. But then, just as an example, through Doobie, Grassroots, and Christian Valeris's generosity, we raised $2,000 within 2 weeks for a community member. So I have a feeling that if we have this level of support in general, it's just a question of marketing and timing. I think we're going to keep growing.
And yet Republicans will go down with that fucking ship, baby. I'm not saying you have to run on hating Israel. Just stop the hyper focus.
All right. I'm good if you're good. I'm going to fast forward like 30 seconds, see if he spurgs out one more time. Let's just take a look.
But hey, at least he got that Nobel Peace Prize, which he'll never get anyways.
He just talks about how they're going to incarcerate Trump. So wrapping that up, the reason why I want to do that segment, number one, it was super emotionally cathartic for me to see Rob spurg out, considering how hard of a Trump shill and sweeper he was during the election. Number two, him saying that the thing that he hates most is the Republican Party because they're not Trump sycophanty enough. They're not implementing Trump's agenda enough. They're not letting him do enough. That was phenomenal in my book. The emotional catharsis levels were through the roof. Hearing him breathe and borderline have like a cardiovascular incident, while I don't wish Rob harm, although if he did say like you're a traitorous coward to the United States of America, I probably would slap him in the face. Besides that, I don't wish him harm in general. I actually wish him relatively well. And then what was the other thing? And then him saying that, Connor's a hypocritical piece of garbage because he was willing to work with lefties and far lefties in order to implement. I hope you guys can still see me. I think my dog just pressed a button. Connor's a piece of shit because he was willing to work with lefties in order to prevent a Trump election. But, don't criticize me while I am willing to work with effectively a white nationalist. I know it's a Christian nationalist, race realist is what Nick Fuentes really is, but effectively like a neo-Nazi propagandist. Number one, it's unsurprising to me. Number two, cool. You don't have any principles. You're a lying, hypocritical piece of shit. You're arguably doing something worse than what I did. What I said is, I'm in an organization with this man, and I don't want to give the organization undue flack, so I'm not going to add to the internet dog pile, but most people know how I feel about this topic. That's what I said. I didn't say, I will work with this person, locking hands, best buds, road dogs. I didn't say any of that shit. So, good job. You're a bigger piece of shit than me. Special shout out before we move into the next segment. Thank you, Doobie, for your generosity on behalf of King Solidus. Thank you to Grassroots Hegemon, Christian Valeris, and all the other people that donated. Thank you to my chat for being wildly supportive today. And I hope you enjoyed that content. Thank you in particular to Patriarch and Grassroots Hegemon for oiling, but thank you to Gen X, Grassroots, Patriarch, Bex, Gentleman Damon, Doobie, Big Leafy Tree, and Dice 5 for your financial support, not just your viewership. Looks like we do have more than 100 people here, between 100 and 130, depending on when I'm looking at the screen. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We do have another segment today that I'm actually really excited about. So Megyn Kelly, for those of you who don't know, the Nick Fuentes drama sparked a right-wing ideological civil war, okay? It's an argument about whether or not the Republican Party is going to be Judeo-Christian, meaning that they're tepid Zionist or Zionist, or whether or not they're going to be Christian nationalist, where they're going to be Christian supremacist. That's actually like a spiritual fight within the Republican Party right now, sparked by Nick Fuentes. Well, what ended up happening was Ben Shapiro, who is a very large conservative political commentator, beloved by hundreds of thousands or millions of people. What ended up happening there was Ben Shapiro effectively declared war on Tucker Carlson. And let me save this to later. There's a science fiction video that just got released called Raptor, and it looks like a Halo animation. Save to watch later. But, excuse me. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes, they've all declared counter war. They said, fuck Ben Shapiro, fuck the Zionists, fuck anybody who sides with Ben Shapiro. And that's where we're at. So it's starting a civil war in the Republican Party ideologically, and it's fracturing the MAGA base, which is awesome. Let's look it up. Megyn, Kelly, Ben Shapiro. There are other people, like there's like Mark Levin and all that kind of stuff like in here as well, but I don't care about that. I want to go to the 2-hour-long one. Debate reaction. No, that's not it. Let me go to videos, maybe. Is it on videos? Yeah, here's the long one. And then I'm going to go to Ben Shapiro.
Plus, they leave. If you do that, there could actually be a first order. Don't feel like ordering online?
Let me fast forward a little bit. All right. Let's increase the video quality a little bit. Let's full screen it. And let's do an intro. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd and a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican, which means I have real Republican values, unlike a healthy chunk of the right now. A right-wing civil war has kicked off that I'm actually really excited about. It's effectively between Judeo-Christians and Christian nationalists arguing over what the role of Israel and Judaism should be within the conservative movement. Of course, I think that like 80% of the conservative movement is probably Judeo-Christian, meaning that they align with Ben Shapiro. But there's an increasingly vocal segment of the conservative movement that is Christian nationalist, meaning that they're Christian supremacist. And so what I would say is that this fight has been brewing for years, that it centers around the character of Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson, that it is going to fracture alliances and it needs to be fought. So this is Megyn Kelly hosting Ben Shapiro. They will discuss this issue amongst others. Let's take a look.
What's happening to today's college kids? What explains the fear? Ben Shapiro went out and made a speech. Some students who didn't even go to the speech have made appointments with a therapist to deal with the trauma.
That was the crowd that greeted conservative writer Ben Shapiro as he was attempting to give a speech.
And I was told by the police officers, if you do that, there could actually be a riot. Look at me. I mean, like, do I look like a physical threat to anybody? It's not rude to say that someone who's biologically a male is a male. Facts don't care about your feelings.
You cut that out now, or you'll go home in an ambulance.
Yeah, that seems mildly inappropriate for a political discussion.
No, I know.
If you're going to criticize the meritocracy as an outgrowth of white supremacy, then you're going to have to tear down the system that you've succeeded in because you have merit. Joe Biden, there's only one thing the guy is good for, and that is being wheeled out in front of a parade that's already moving. He's like, oh, look at that. Oh, I'm here. And Ben Shapiro. Really enjoy your work, Ben Shapiro. You used to love Ron DeSantis. I think you're going to love us a lot more. I think you're going to really enjoy being with us. Okay, Mr. President, appreciate that. Fox News just called it. It's over, gang. This election is done. It's toast. You can put it in the fridge. It's finished. The greatest political comeback in American history. Un-effing believable. I mean, this is a huge victory against the woke left.
Weird. They omitted all his Never Trump clips.
They needed to take it directly in the teeth. Well, folks, I just got back from the theaters seeing Barbie. This movie is not just a piece of shit. This movie is a flaming piece of dog shit piled atop an entire dumpster on fire. It is one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
What an asshole. Wow. Now I'm anti-Ben Shapiro. What a dipshit. Listen, guys, I don't want to go on a 10-minute Barbie rant. The Barbie rant could arguably be one of the best movies about like gender roles in decades. And it's not even like a giga progressive movie unless you just take the clips that unless you're like rabidly looking for the progressivism, you actually just totally miss out on what the point of the movie was. I don't want to go into like too big of a rant, but effectively the entire movie is about how Barbie defines her whole life around being perfect and being happy and being picturesque and centering her relationship with Ken as her sense of self-definition, like male appreciation and aesthetic perfection. And then Ken centers his whole existence. Dude, they should have just called the movie Ken. It was awesome. Like the movie from Ken's perspective was fantastic because Ken, arguably in the beginning, is in a simp position. His whole existence revolves around impressing Barbie. That's like his whole existence is that. And then it shows Barbie and Ken traveling to the real world and then realizing that the stereotypes and the archetypes that they represent are infinitely more convoluted and crazy than what they're expected to be as archetypes and tropes. And then Ken leads a revolution, a kevolution against the Barbies and turns Barbie land into a patriarchy. And it's awesome, but it's funny. But the women are also kind of like zombified and they're not fully realized human beings. The same way that the Kens weren't fully realized human beings because their existence revolved around Barbie was the same way that the Barbie's full existence wasn't realized because when they flipped the roles, their worlds revolved around Ken. And then towards the end, like Barbie and Ken both have to accept that centering each other as like the sole thing that they should care about in existence in like centering archetypical and stereotypical perfection was bad for both of them. And they need to look for better ways to self-define. What a total fucking misread of the movie and what a stupid analysis. Jesus Christ. And towards the end, like Barbie arguably makes like a very Christian self-sacrificial move. She could stay in the land of aesthetic perfection and archetypical idealism, or she can enter the real world and choose to suffer. And she chooses to suffer. There's like biblical themes in the fucking movie. Wow. I guess free Palestine. Okay. I'm joking.
And you said, I may have a desire to sleep with many women, but I do not.
I agree with me. Yes, that's true.
Congratulations on your,
Charlie's voice is not silent. We're going to pick up that blood-stained microphone where Charlie left it. And to those who would intimidate, who would seek to stop us, who would seek to end free discussion and kill people who speak freely, we are not going to stop. And I have two words. You.
The man, the myth, the legend, the one and only. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Megan.
How about that walk down memory lane?
That was great.
Right?
Yeah.
I am so happy you're here. This worked out so well. You've been in the news lately.
Yes.
Yeah, you seen that?
Yeah, a little.
Doobie says he hates Superman because it has the Israel-Palestine narrative in the background. Wasn't there an argue with Drew Pavlou over whether or not that was even Israel-Palestine? Now I gotta watch Superman. Now I need to rewatch Barbie, which I'm happy to do. And then I need to watch Ben Shapiro's take on Barbie. And then I need to rip it apart, even though it's like 3 or 4 years old now. And then I need to watch Superman. And then I need to talk shit about Ben Shapiro's opinion on Superman. That's what we need to do.
But
how's your last year been?
The last year has been interesting. Obviously, huge victory for President Trump, which was the big news of the last year. All the transformative policies that he's put into place, that's been wonderful.
Oh, kill me now. Oh, we're Trump glazing?
Yes.
Yeah, you seen that?
Yeah, a little bit.
How's your last year been?
The last year has been interesting. Obviously, huge victory for President Trump, which was the big news of the last year. All the transformative policies that he's put into place, that's been wonderful.
All right, I'm trying not to have a stroke. I'm trying to will the blood pressure in my skull back down. What?
I've had the opportunity to see him do some of these historic things in person. I happened to be in Israel for the Jewish holidays when he was giving that historic speech at the Israeli parliament, which was
Oh, he simped for Israel. Sorry, I forgot that Trump was the biggest Zio shillo on the planet. I forgot that Ben would give up every single one of his other principles for Zionism. My bad. I forgot.
Unbelievable. I mean, it was truly tremendous. And then obviously you figure after an election things are going to cool down, and then things don't cool down. And so it's been busy, obviously, since Charlie's murder, which I think all of us reacted in precisely the same way. The security threats went up dramatically. I've had obviously personal security since I believe 2017, maybe 2016. I've had about 10 years of personal security. The last 6 years has been 24/7 security on me as well as on my 4 children. And that's been accelerated even more so in the aftermath of Charlie's murder. So that's on a personal level, that's been not fun. The good news is that the security guys are very sweet, and my kids get along with them great, and they have lightsaber fights with them, and they think that this is kind of normal, but it isn't normal, and I wish that the country would go back to normal, but it seems like it may be a while.
You've been dealing with this for a long time, and I've seen it personally. I've seen you surrounded by teams of security, and I heard you say, and I mentioned this last night, that if God forbid something happened to most of the Daily Wire guys, we would know exactly who did it immediately. If something happened to you, God forbid, it would be like an Agatha Christie mystery. There's so many possibilities because you're loathed by the far left, and you're loathed by what we used to and maybe still do call the alt-right. And I remember we used to talk about this on the Kelly File because some people called you alt-right. And you would explain, no, I'm not alt-right. I'm loathed by alt-right. So what is alt-right, and why do they loathe you?
So there is a group of people in the United States who are rooted in an idea of grievance against the system that they believe.
What's on Ben's head? It's a kippah. I had to Google that the other day because I realized I didn't know the name for the Jewish hat. Allegedly, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, you keep something on your head to remember that there's something always higher than you. I think that's the tradition. So some people wear the kippah specifically during synagogue. Some people wear the kippah at all times. Some people wear hats at all times. That's why I think the Orthodox always wear hats that are not kippahs. They're actually just hats. So yeah, you're just supposed to remember that there's always something higher than you. I think that's the symbolism behind the kippah.
Believe has put them underfoot, and those people believe that essentially they are underfoot because of their white status, and thus they must take revenge on anybody who is disproportionately benefiting from the system that tends to, in their own minds, be Jews. And you see this mostly refracted right now through a young man named Nick Fuentes. He's 27 years old. He is the leader of a movement called the Groypers. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this.
Dude, I actually, so this is what's so interesting to me, because I've been terminally online in the online political realm for a really long time. I remember the first Groyper War. And I think I remember the Groypers, correct me if I'm wrong, haven't they kind of been a thing since like 19 or 20? I'm sure they've been around for even longer than that, but I'm just saying, like, as far as like renown, because I want to say Destiny swapped to debate in 16 and 17. Then in 17, I want to say, it might be as early as 17, I saw debates between him and Nick Fuentes. And I saw the Groyper War, which was them going to TPUSA events and them asking spicy questions to TPUSA reps. And I want to say that was around 17 or 18. It might have been a little bit later. But seeing it now, where we're in 25, and now the conservative movement, just through Nick's persistence, and also the right wing running so far to the right, the normalization of Groyper to the point that it's being talked about from conservative Inc. personalities, that's actually a wild development. It's kind of something that I don't want to applaud Nick for, because that just means that he's good. But I think you have to recognize the persistence. There's probably a dozen times that the Groyper movement could have died where Nick just said, hey, this is too hard, fuck it. And he could have walked away. He could have said, you know what? The money's good. It's not worth it. I could have gotten killed. You know what? Everybody hates me. My family hates me. Everybody hates me. I'm done. There's probably dozens of times that he could have quit and this thing would have died. But he persisted until now it's something being talked about in the pop culture zeitgeist. It's kind of crazy.
But he says and believes truly awful things. I mean, truly awful things. Not just about Jews. I mean, he has said, for example, that the Vice President of the United States There's a direct quote, I believe, is a fat gay race traitor married to a Jeet. That's a direct quote about the vice
upset that he
president.
named his son Vivek.
Yes, he also has suggested and spent years trying to destroy Charlie Kirk's organization. Charlie, in texts that have now been revealed, called him vermin for exactly this reason and had banned him and his followers from TPUSA because he believed that Nick Fuentes and the Groypers and white supremacy didn't belong as part of the conservative movement. And so the alt-right became this, or they're two sides of the same coin, or they're parts of the same sort of broad movement. And unfortunately, I think that they've gained a foothold in sort of the internet subsystem. I don't think they have a foothold in mainstream America at all. And I think one of the mistakes that people make is to think that the internet is real life. The internet is absolutely...
Yarmulke? Is it a yarmulke? I thought a yarmulke was something completely different. I thought a yarmulke was like, oh, I was thinking of menorah. What's a yarmulke? Oh, shit. Is yarmulke another name for it? Oh, shit. Oh, then what's a kippah? Did I make that up? What's the difference between a kippah and a yarmulke? No, I don't want AI, you arsler. There's no difference between a kippah and a yarmulke. They are two words for the same Jewish head covering. Okay. Oh, kippah is Hebrew and yarmulke is Yiddish. Interesting.
Absolutely not real life. And the first thing people need to do is turn off X, which is poisoning brains and making people think that not true things. It's basically like war games. They think the missiles are real. The missiles are not real. The things happening on X are not a reflection of real life, but they can bleed over to real life if enough people take them seriously.
So you and I have talked about Nick Fuentes many times over the years and our many appearances together, and that's how I knew about him, because he was saying,
yes, bud, you are a Ken. I need water. I'll be right back.
Absolutely terrible things about you. And I am going to show a video, please forgive me.
I need to watch it.
One of my first introductions to this guy, Nick Fuentes, and what he was saying about Ben. This is a video of him showing himself playing Grand Theft Auto, right, a video game where you shoot people, and he's pretending that this character in the video is Ben. Let's watch.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that makes me laugh and laugh. That's a funny one. What a chance encounter that was. I think I just saw Ben Shapiro.
And it goes on. It goes on.
I mean, I would hate for people to believe that the Nick Fuentes sort of, my problems with Nick Fuentes are about me, because they really are not. They are about the fact that Nick Fuentes...
A lot of people are saying that 2018 was the kickoff. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab the water.
...is a truly horrifying person who believes truly horrifying things. And again, there is a reason why Charlie Kirk despised him. There's a reason why every mainstream political commentator has been highly critical of him. It's the reason why these are not arguments. This is not a person who's making arguments. He is a Hitler-loving troll, and I say that advisedly. He literally says on his show that he loves Adolf Hitler. Okay, so the reason this has come up in recent weeks is because Tucker, your guest last night, decided to have him on last week and to completely gloss him, in my opinion. And you can make up your own opinion as to what you think Tucker was doing during that interview, but I know what it looks like when Tucker Carlson decides to be an aggressive interviewer, when he decides to ask difficult questions of people. Tucker is eminently capable of doing that. He did it to Ted Cruz quite thoroughly. But he decided, for any number of reasons, and I try not to attribute motivations to people, that he was going to treat Fuentes with kid gloves, that he was going to not ask him about any of the things that I've just mentioned, literally any of them, and to essentially normalize Fuentes, act as a sort of gateway drug, or as what I've called Tucker, as an ideological launderer of bad ideas over the last couple of years. And this is not coming from a place of animus for Tucker on a personal level.
Yup.
I've known Tucker for a very long time. Tucker and I, whenever we're in personal situations, we get along great. I think I saw that Tucker talked about how we were at Charlie's memorial in the vice president's box together, and he's correct. I mean, we saw each other, we said hello, we talked, it was very friendly, and all of that. And it's also true that a couple of days after Charlie's murder, he reached out and he called me and he said, listen, I know that we're at odds, and we've been at odds for a number of reasons, mainly political. I mean, again, on a personal level, I'd go fishing with Tucker anytime.
Zaya says, I think the original TPUSA Groyper War was 2018. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is 7 years, man. Think about that. That means that Nick was 20 when he first launched the Groyper War. And by the way, I just want to point this out about the Groyper War. If you watch the Groyper War Zoomer edits from 2018, it's a bunch of like based and epic, synthwave 80s music blasting between Groypers asking random politicians like Dan Crenshaw what he thinks about the Jews in Israel and the USS Liberty and all that kind of stuff. And you can tell that the people that they're interacting with are kind of flat-footed. Like they did not expect an attack from this vector. And so they don't have any rhetoric prepared. They just kind of like flub through the answers. And as a result, they play like, epic music between the Groypers asking all these awkward questions about Israel. But then if you actually watch, because there's uncut footage of like the hour-long questionnaire, what really happened during those events, in my opinion, is there's like 50 minutes of people asking normie political questions. And then there's 5 guys maybe who ask like the edgy Israel questions. And then there's a collective groan from the audience where they're just like, oh, this cringe person. Because like they can kind of tell that it's like an off-putting, veiled, anti-Semitic, mildly racist like comment or question, and that the host is not going to have a good response. And so for me, playing that as base, that's propaganda. Like these guys are oftentimes, no offense to my current audience, but they're kind of basement nerds, which is fine. Like, listen, guys, I'm in a room in my house surrounded by lighting in a live stream right now. I'm effectively living the basement nerd lifestyle right now. But they're basement nerds. And so they have social anxiety. And so they're kind of awkward people. But what Nick's been able to turn that into through persistence is something that is an internet phenomenon that is an ideological threat to conservative Inc. And so while I don't think that we should praise him for that, what we should recognize as a virtue is the virtue of persistence. Once again, he could have quit 7 years ago. He could have quit 5 years ago. He could have quit 3 years ago. He could have quit at any point, and he just didn't. He just kept hammering that nail until it was a thing. So give him credit for that, at least.
The real question is, for me, I got into this business because I care about the ideas and I care about the ideals. And so when you're determining what is conservatism, what should the future of America look like, and where do you draw the lines, those are the questions that I need to answer in my job. For me, my business is really not about friendship. I have lots of friends, people who I love, with whom I disagree on politics and don't believe they should be leaders in the conservative movement, for example. And that to me is the real question. In any case, Tucker reached out. He said, we've had a bunch of disagreements, and what if we could put those aside and align toward the DSA in particular, is what he mentioned. And I said, Tucker, you're totally right. Let's do that. That would be great. In fact,
the TSA?
The DSA. The Democratic Socialist
Why the
America.
TSA? How did that bring you together?
The
Kip of my balls, laugh my ass off. Nice.
Democratic Socialist America. And the reason
I know.
Yes, and the reason I'm taking out
TSA
my
only
phone
divides people.
is because, yes, the reason I'm taking out my phone is because I don't just, I like to evidence what I'm saying with, actual evidence. So I texted him. And the text exchange was very nice. I mean, here's what the actual text exchange went like after the call. So I texted him and I said, thanks so much for calling. It means the world. It truly does. Should we do a show together talking about the DSA threat, Democratic Socialist of America threat, and orienting in the same direction? Happy to do whatever it takes to bring everyone back together for the fight that matters. And Tucker then wrote back, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'm going to spend the next week or two thinking about how to be most effective. The country is clearly on the brink. I reached out repeatedly after that. Nothing happened. And again, I thought it was a good idea at the time. I think I felt differently after I saw what he did with Nick Fuentes, and after he proceeded, in my opinion, to spend the subsequent weeks doing literally nothing to fight the left. I say this with sadness because Tucker used to be, I think, a deeply important part of the
Well, QC John says, to all the coggers, I can initially report that after 3 hours and 15 crappies in the cooler, that Gore-Tex is entirely too much insulation for 29 degrees. Carhartt, bibs, and rain jacket would have been fine. Based, bro. Based.
conservative push to win. The number of times that Tucker Carlson has mentioned Zoran Mamdani since October 5th on his show is once. And it was in the context of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson talking about the appeal of Zoran Mamdani. Just by way of contrast, not because I'm a perfect representative here, but because you've talked about Zoran Mamdani a lot. A lot of us have. Since October 5th, I did 17 separate shows on Zoran Mamdani, including 4 in the last week before the election. Okay, because when you're orienting against the left, you really should orient against the left.
Okay, so a lot in there. I think, just to be clear, so the breakdown from the detente after Charlie was him interviewing Fuentes? Was that the next thing that happened that led to the blow up?
I mean, yes. I mean, okay. I had not spoken a word. There
so it
were
wasn't
things
that he attacked you, or you had
no,
something?
I don't care about people attacking me. And I don't think Tucker cares about people attacking him. I mean, again, we're professionals. We're in a business where people comment on what we say publicly. Again, this is why I think you and I differ on our angle with regard to, for example, Candace Owens. I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil what she is doing right now. Okay, and I say that again.
But what?
Because
I didn't opine on whether it's evil or not. But my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it? But I have a question. Why is it none of your business? I mean.
So this was kind of played as a bigger dunk, whereas I think within the context of the flow of the conversation, it's a lot more inquisitive. But I think this is a perfectly fine press from Ben Shapiro. If people on your side are being grievous pieces of shit, as I would argue Tucker and Nick and Candace have been, why wouldn't you press? Now, you can make the argument from a pragmatic perspective, oh, well, we need to punch left because that's where the fight is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, with the past week, I think that the Republicans might even view, holy crap, we need to focus fire on the left super aggressively. Otherwise, we're going to get trounced in the midterms. So if that was any indication whatsoever of what's going to happen in the midterms, then the Republicans truly could be up a creek without a paddle. So I understand what it's like from a pragmatic perspective, but I can't imagine being a moral person and climbing up this high and not having more to say. Right? So even Doobie, weirdly enough, so Doobie is actually for let's call it the Israel critical perspective. That's what I'm seeing in chat right now. Even if you were an Israel critical perspective, I still think you could differentiate, as Tucker did within the interview, between Nick's criticism of Israel and Jews and Tucker's criticism of Israel and Jews. And furthermore, I think it's just easy to say that Candace Owens is a schizophrenic. They're about to talk about it, but Candace Owens is insinuating that the Israeli government, Israeli intelligence, and Israeli citizens in league with TPUSA members orchestrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That way, the Ziocons could profit from his death. That's her insinuation, which is fucking crazy, and her evidence for it is minimal to non-existent. One of her things was there were 12 Israeli cell phones in the proximity of the university. It's an international school. Israelis go to the fucking school.
You comment on these things for a living.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but if this were on the left and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes.
Of murdering her own husband?
She's accusing TPUSA insiders and other members of the right wing, including Seth Dillon, of being involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk, yes.
Okay. Like I said, I don't take in that content, which is an honest statement. I don't have time to watch Candace's show.
I believe you. But the point that I'm making is that
what I understand
friendship should not, in our business, I think it's important. Listen, friendship should not trump.
We don't even know each other.
I understand, but even with Tucker, friendship should not trump our manifest requirement to speak out when people do and say things that are both detrimental to conservatism and morally wrong.
Okay,
True, got some.
I don't totally disagree, but I think the way of handling that at least for me, is much different. So I saw things go south between you and Tucker, at least from my vantage point, when you disagreed on Israel. That was obvious. And
Well-
he was, well, let me just make my point.
Sure.
And so he was saying things that were critical of Israel and our policy towards Israel. And then you did one show where you did what I thought you should have done if you disagreed with him, which clearly you did, which is say what you believe and what you think is factual and like educate your audience on what you think are the real facts and give them the evidence for it. But you named him and it felt like an attack. And that to me was the beginning of the end, where he was like, now it's on. Because he felt personally attacked by you, as opposed to just challenging his idea. I think you named him and you kind of diminished him. And, you know, he's an 800-pound gorilla, and if you mess with a gorilla, he's going to fight. And to me, that's where it started to go south. And because I remember that day being like, oh, shit.
Well,
I don't want to see this.
But here's the thing. I would urge everybody to go back and listen to the show that you're referring to, where I criticized Tucker's ideas, not Tucker as a person. Tucker then responded by claiming that I do not love America. That is a direct quote. That I do not love America because I was spending too much time covering the October 7th attacks, and then proceeded in January to then say that I wanted his children to die in a foreign war. Okay, so those are different.
That's a rhetorical.
No, it is
point.
not. I'm sorry, it's not. An attack on motivation is a very different thing from an attack on an idea.
His point was that you were sounding like a neocon, and he's upset with anybody who wants us to get too involved in Israel's conflict because he feels it endangers American children.
Okay, the idea that, number one, the idea that I want the United States to be directly involved in Israel's conflict is not true.
No, I know that, Ben.
I've been urging Israel to get off of American aid for literally as long as I have been active in politics.
But I'm making clear what his point was.
But my point is that that's not his point. And again, none of this.
That is weird, man. I'm not going to lie. That is weird. And I think this might actually go to Doobie's thing. So just to explain my own perspective, that way I don't piss off anybody. I've described myself as a tepid Zionist. What I mean by that is I kind of believe in the post-World War II narrative, where throughout history, we had the Persian invasions, we had the Greek invasions, we had the Roman invasions, we had the Muslim invasion, we had the Crusader invasions. And so as a result, the state of Israel has been destroyed and rebuilt, enslaved, captured, destroyed and rebuilt, half a dozen to a dozen times throughout history. And I think it was after the Crusader raid that the diaspora truly started. And that's where Jews, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but Jews effectively said, like, hey, we're kind of tired of getting murdered over and over again. So what we're going to do is we're just going to spread out. We're going to go to various places in the Middle East and North Africa. We're going to go to various places in Europe. And we're just going to be ethno-religious minorities. But if we're ethno-religious minorities, but we make ourselves vital to society through trade and being merchants and being this and being that and being bankers and doctors and lawyers and all that kind of stuff, wherever we're allowed to do that, we will hopefully avoid the pogroms, the ethno-religious purges associated with our host societies. But then also hopefully nobody will be able to wipe us out all at once. That's maybe I'm applying too much logic to it. But that would be my logic if I was trying to logically explain the diaspora. But what happened in the 19th century was European Jews were noticing a lot of hostility towards Jewish folk in Europe. And they were like, damn, we really don't have our own place. And if we get smoked, we get smoked. Like, we can't really do a lot. So why don't we return to Israel, our historic homeland, and why don't we settle there and make a Jewish state? And there were a lot of the big players in early Zionism were secular, but plenty of them were religious. I invite, people have disputed that fact because like 2 or 3 of the big players were secular. That doesn't explain the rest of the people. That also doesn't explain like the covenant of Abraham that promises the land between the Euphrates and the Nile to the Jewish people. But anyways, the Jews start returning. They start settling. It starts ethno-religious tension. The Mandate of Palestine, run by the Brits after the Ottoman Empire collapses, presides over the Palestinian area. And so they try to make everybody happy. They promise the land of the Jews, they promise the land of the Palestinians, and they basically make no one happy. And so the Palestinians and the Israelis prepare for war. I mean, this is before Israel technically exists, but it's the ethno-religious Jews that are preparing for civil war with Arab Muslim Palestinians, or Palestinian Muslims if you don't want to call them Arab. So what ends up happening is in 1948, Israel declares independence. Well, every neighboring majority Arab Muslim nation and local Palestinians declare war on the fledgling state. They fight over it, and Israel wins its independence. Now, people talk about the Nakba, which is the ethno-religious cleansing of the area. People talk about the reverse Nakba, which is where, and they say that sarcastically, but I take it seriously, that's where a bunch of Arab nations and Middle Eastern and North African nations expelled all the Jews from their countries. And as a result, they emigrated, I think is the term, emigrated. They emigrated to Israel. And so that kind of created like the state of Israel that's been fighting for its existence since 48. Now, Doobie, using him as an example as an Israel critic, actually I won't because I don't know specifically what he believes, but they believe that since then, Israel has used the hostility of its neighbors and the hostilities of Palestinians as a pretext with which to launch increasingly invasive campaigns that have expanded its territory over the past century. Zionist shills. I used to have a friend named Mossad, an online friend named Mossad, who would say, oh, no. Israel would never do that because we've given up a bunch of territory for peace. What he neglects to mention with that talking point is the fact that Israel kicked the shit out of all the Arab states and at one time occupied the Sinai. And the Sinai is like double the size or triple the size of the state of Israel. And they gave that back to Egypt as a territorial concession in order to win peace with Egypt. So the whole point of this is to say is that it's a fucking mess. And you kind of have to decide whether or not you support the existence of the state of Israel. And then you also kind of have to decide like how much can Israel violate the moral norms of modern diplomacy and you tolerate it? Because realistically, they can use terrorism as an excuse to occupy Gaza and the West Bank, but we would never use that as an excuse for the United States. Like if Baja California, if there was like a terrorist group in Baja California that routinely attacked California, we would probably just annex the territory and then give everybody within that territory citizenship. Whereas it seems like Israel is taking control, but then they have demographic concerns because they don't want to be in an Arab Muslim majority state. And so they won't give the people who are within their territory full equal citizenship under the law. And even if they do that for the people that are within the Israeli territory right now, they wouldn't do that with the West Bank and they wouldn't do that with Gaza. So needless to say, it's a fucking mess. Let's continue, though. And while they're doing that, I'm going to pull up a painting.
We disagree.
We disagree on the interpretation of what Tucker has been doing for the past 2 years. And it's very difficult for me to believe that Tucker is merely anti-Israel when, for example, today, in his newsletter, I mean, I can directly quote it if you'd like, in his newsletter today, he claimed that Zoran Mamdani is not anti-Semitic. This was his newsletter today, this morning. I mean, I'm happy to read the text. It's a little extraordinary because again, it is kind of shocking stuff. So here's what Tucker Carlson wrote in his newsletter today, or what his newsletter says under his name. He said, "Is the incoming mayor a fan of Israel? Does he want America to fight its wars? Not particularly. But a Jew hater? That's a different conversation. We've never seen anything to suggest he falls into that ugly camp. If we're talking about fighting the left, defending Zoran Mamdani, who literally said that he has no opinion whether Hamas should disarm, who posed alongside the 1993 World Trade Center unindicted co-conspirator, who would not disown globalize the Intifada, who suggested that whenever there is a New York Police Department boot on somebody's neck, it's an IDF lacing the strings, to suggest that that's not anti-Semitic in any way? No way.
Okay, but listen.
Or I'm
going to give you a defense of Tucker here, and I don't need to defend Tucker because I'm not Tucker.
Tucker
but I'll just say,
himself.
I think in general, because I know him and I listen to him and I understand generally where he's coming from. He would say his problems are with Israel, and he would say that shot that Mamdani laid against the IDF is a shot against the IDF and Israel, and how he thinks they're pro-war, not against Jews.
Okay.
And I think
all I can say is when Tucker Carlson finds himself in complete alignment with Zoran Mamdani, it is very difficult for me to believe that he does not agree with Zoran Mamdani.
I think Tucker is in a place right now of the same place that Charlie was getting to toward the end of his life, the same place.
Connor, do you think the state of Israel would be better under the Dems than Republicans? And if so, do you think you should emphasize the compromise of voting for Dems? Yeah, I mean, I actually do think that Democrats would probably still give Israel plenty of latitude while still trying to rein in their excesses. But listen, man, I don't know. Maybe I'm being a callous bastard. Maybe I'm being a hypocrite. I want updated casualty stats for the Gazan conflict. I really do, because last I checked, it was like 70,000 with 200,000 alleged. Like it was 70,000 direct combat related deaths. I know Doobie's going to take issues with the methodology, but allegedly 20,000 of those were combatants. Then what else was it? 200,000 indirect deaths. So that's like starvation, disease, all that stuff. And that's like alleged to have happened over the past, it was October 7, 2023. So October 7, 2025. So that's 2 years. 2 years. So 260,000 over the course of 2 years, which is arguably 10% of the population. That's actually a lot of people. The reason why I guess that I'm always trying to color it within what's going on within the region. Because if you do look at the Sudanese civil conflict, that's supposed to have killed a few 100,000 people. When you look at the Syrian civil war, that's supposed to have killed a few 100,000 people. When you look at Iraq, that's supposed to have killed several 100,000 people. And so I do take Doobie and critics of Israel's arguments against Israel seriously, because they're supposed to be an ally. Like if Russia is monstrous, that's no skin off of my ass, because Russia isn't an ally. If Saudi Arabia is monstrous, that's unsurprising, because they're a theocratic dictatorship, even though they're an ally. And then oil trumps our moral objections to the state of Saudi Arabia. However, if Israel is supposed to be this enlightened democracy, a Western-style democracy on the Eastern Mediterranean, if they themselves don't have oil, but we have intelligence and militaristic partnerships that are of value, and if we have military-industrial complex relationships that are of value, I don't think that's enough to like totally sell your morality. I don't think that's totally enough to be like, oh yeah, ethnic cleansing. Well, Israel's doing it, so it's based. Like I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I want to support the existence of the state of Israel while also somehow forcing them into a reasonable two-state solution that actually builds back Gaza and the West Bank. If they actually executed the 20-point plan, the 20-point plan proposed by the Trump administration, if they actually did it, then I would be happy. But I don't think they're actually going to do it.
Some people had tried to drive me, which is you're under withering, nonstop accusations of being something you know you're not.
Well,
but from some people who you love and who you've been protecting, at least in my case and Charlie's case, for 2 years, who you've been completely defensive of.
Megyn,
and Charlie and I both felt, and because we talked about this on my show, like, what's happening here? Why are they dropping charges of anti-Semitism?
Ooh, Doobie. You actually asked a question that I think is so interesting. Doobie, why would an American who supports Israel want Israel to get off of American support? That's our leverage to keep them in line with American interests. Yes. So that's actually, I'm sorry if I didn't comment on this earlier. I think Ben wants them off the American teat. That way we have no leverage over Israel and they can do whatever they want to do. I think you're asking the right question there. I think Ben wants Israel to be even more off leash, which is fucking crazy.
Against us when we love Jews and we're both open Semites. We're Zionists.
So Megyn, you may notice, I'm just talking about me here. Are there people who are overzealous? Sure. Have I ever attacked you?
No, never.
Did I ever attack Charlie publicly about any of this?
No.
Okay, he and I had disagreements behind the scenes. Did I ever?
You're like, you get defensive, and I think Tucker's feeling defensive.
By the way, I waited to attack Tucker until he glossed Nick Fuentes, that has nothing to do with Israel. Nick Fuentes hates Jews.
I'm not saying
Tucker
you didn't have a right to go after him. I think you did what you thought was right, and you felt, and he mentioned you a few times in his interview with Nick Fuentes.
He did, but again, I don't think it's about that, because if he had not mentioned me in that interview with Nick Fuentes, I still would have said something about it, because again, glossing people who are white supremacists is bad electorally on a pragmatic level. A right wing that embraces its own fringes will end up in the same position as a left wing that has embraced its fringes.
Okay, so that's why I want to get into it. Embraces.
Yes.
So now, having spoken to Tucker, I actually see that interview very differently. And I did listen to the interview, and I knew what Nick Fuentes was. And I think he did show himself to be who he is. It wasn't his most vile stuff, but you got the feel for what this guy was. But I really think Tucker was talking to him, Ben, to put like a bumper on this guy. Because what Tucker was urging him the whole time was to understand that collective punishment for any one group of people is wrong. It's deeply immoral, and it's anti-Christian, which this guy is supposed to be, and reminding him of how deeply immoral that is, that you should not be looking at a group of people, whomever it is. The left does it to everyone, whites mostly, but like this collective shame, white men in particular. And there's a group of people like Nick Fuentes that does it to groups of Jews. And he was making the case throughout the whole interview in the way that Tucker does. He's not like you or me. He's not like pointed and cross-examining.
That is not.
Chase to Chase makes one of the points that I make. Yeah, I wouldn't want Israel to just be out there in the wind, and maybe they would have some affinity for the United States because there's 7 million Jewish people in Israel and there's 7 million Jewish people in the United States, and then there's 2 million people, 2 million Jews worldwide. I think the total population is 16 million. I think the Jewish population before World War II was 16 million. So they just passed their replacement of the people that they lost in World War II. Now, I would not want Israel to have the industrial and technological capacity and human capital that it has and develop further drone and military industrial complex technologies and then just willingly sell that to Russia and China because we had cut off diplomatic relations. And I actually agree with Doobie that it's in America's interest to keep some level of financial and diplomatic leverage over Israel insofar as we can. I actually think that Ben's argument that Israel should be completely financially and diplomatically independent of the United States, I think that's effectively him saying, like, no, Israel needs to go harder, which I think that kind of betrays the argument, because the argument oftentimes from tepid Zionists such as myself is that most Jews are chill and most Jews are cool and they probably don't want to kill their neighbors. But when Ben is like, no, Israel needs to be more unhinged, it's like, whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck is that all about?
True.
And was making...
That is fundamentally untrue.
No.
Senator Ted Cruz whether that is true.
He gave it to Ted Cruz because Ted Cruz is a politician.
That's yeah. Well, hold up. So only politicians get cross-examined?
You don't. Well, look,
Truly?
it depends on the person.
Tucker would never cross-examine a person
Megyn is sweeping like a motherfucker, though. I will point that out.
Who is not a politician. That's his rule.
Tucker has excoriated public figures who purport to speak for us and represent us for many years. Nick Fuentes is a podcaster civilian.
Okay, I just have a question. We all in our industry are constantly excoriating people who are in our industry. It happens all the time, every single day.
Okay.
Again,
but we're talking about his interviews.
We can agree to disagree on your interpretation of what Tucker was doing there. I think everybody should watch and determine for themselves what they think Tucker was doing in that interview. And I urge you to watch it back to back with the Ted Cruz interview to determine whether you think that was an aggressive Tucker Carlson interview.
Yeah, but Vet Sunil, man. Sorry, real quick. Vet Sunil says, how about Turkey? In their violations against the Kurds, they're supposed to be a democratic secular state that is the largest military in NATO after the US. Yeah. What they're supposed to be. But let's just say that we grade our allies on a curve, and allies in the Middle East and North Africa are graded on a curve. Now, you could say that we should grade Israel on a curve as well, but realistically, you're just arguing that they should be able to do bad shit and we should be able to look the other way, which I don't think is I don't think that's a good thing, man. Listen, even if you appeal to pragmatism, I can appeal to pragmatism in reference to Israel. I can say their tech is way too developed. Their military industrial complex is way too developed. Half of their population is in the United States. We have this unique historical tie. I believe in the post-World War II consensus. I can say all of that. And then I can still say that wiping out 270,000 people over the course of 2 years is fucked up. You know, these things are not in conflict. They sound in conflict. But I'm not going to pretend that 270,000 people dying, 10% of the Gazan population over the course of the past 2 years is like based. It's not based. War sucks. Like, do you know why war is cool? War is cool because you get to get with the boys, live hard for a while, get into gunfights with supposedly bad people, and you have so much adrenaline and so many strong emotions that you can actually become addicted to adrenaline and strong emotions. That's why war is cool. You know why war is horrible? Because not only if you lose, you die, or if you lose, you get severely injured. That's a part of it. And then not only that, you will probably see some of your friends die or be severely wounded. And then also not just that, you will see tons of innocent people be killed or injured. That's why war is horrible. And so the whole point is that, like, I'm not going to pretend that the excitement and adventurism of war or the geopolitical interests of war outweigh the horror of it. And 270,000 people being killed should be a horror. Now, you have to justify that within what you do next. So, for instance, if they rebuilt Gaza and if they rebuilt the West Bank and they created a two-state solution that actually brought lasting peace to Israel and Palestine, I'd be ecstatic. I'd be like, you know what? 270,000 people, that sucks. But realistically, the political outcome was what we needed. And this is going to be amazing. However, if Israel ethnically cleanses the territory, that's really fucking bad. And then the one thing that I think is maybe worse, arguably, is if they just stagnate and if they just let people live in rubble until they do the next terrorist attack and the next ethnic cleansing. So there's a whole lot of bad here. And that's what I guess that's what I don't like. I thought I was going to come in here and I was going to shill for the Ziocons because maybe I'm a Ziocon myself. But I actually think that Ben needs some tempering. I'm going to read this to you real quick because I think it's important. This battle is between Judeo-Christian nationalism and Christian nationalism. And I'll read you the narratives real quick. So for Judeo-Christian nationalism, this is my perspective. The Old Testament / Judaism is the Abrahamic origin of Christianity and to some degree Islam. Constitutional framework of the United States allows people of all faiths and denominations to work together toward shared goals. Christian, Jews, moderate Muslims, and other people of good faith can push for the betterment of the United States and the world. The United States and Israel are allies in modernizing the world through military supremacy, diplomacy, neoconservative regime change plans that can reshape the Middle East to mutual benefit. Israel gets peace with its neighbors, and the United States gets to have a stabilized energy market. That's the Ziocon narrative, and it is the narrative that I'm like 70% bought into, 80% bought into. I just want to leave room to be able to be critical of atrocity. The Christian nationalist narrative, which I argue is worse, regardless of whether or not I'm too critical of Israel or insufficiently critical of Israel, regardless of your perspective on my criticisms of Israel, this is a worst perspective because it inflames ethno-religious tensions. Christian nationalism says Christ's covenant eliminates the need for Judaism. Judaism is a vestigial religion that no longer needs to exist. World War II history may have been exaggerated to bolster support for the fledgling state of Israel and the Zionist project. Israel is not a good ally. They stole nuclear technology, aerospace technology, military technology, intelligence, and attacked the USS Liberty. Criticizing either the nation state of Israel or Jews in general will result in unjustified accusations of anti-Semitism. The ADL, SPLC, ZOA, AIPAC, and Daily Wire are Israel's mouthpiece, co-opting Christian conservatives into Judeo-Christian conservatism, quote unquote. Christians need to seize power within America so they are not a downtrodden or persecuted minority by atheists, secularists, pagans, Muslims, and Jews. These are competing narratives within conservatism. And I would say that, again, I consider myself more within the Judeo-Christian narrative. But you have to understand that the Christian nationalist narrative, especially when it's paired with real geopolitical criticisms of the state of Israel, it has momentum. I don't think it'll, at least in my lifetime, I don't think that the Christian nationalist narrative will outweigh the Judeo-Christian narrative, but it's got momentum and it is growing. And that is cause for concern because that's Nick Fuentes' base. Quick show. You guys have been more than generous. I cannot thank you enough. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And again, Grassroots, Patriarch, Gen X, Bex, Gentleman Demon, Grassroots again, Doobie, Big, Leafy Tree, Dice 5, and then Doobie again, despite the fact that we're starting to fight about geopolitics. Thank you again for supporting our boy King Solidus. And thank you to you guys for supporting the stream with your eyeballs and with your financial support. I can't thank you enough.
And you can judge for
I
yourself.
didn't say it was
My
aggressive.
opinion.
I didn't say it was aggressive, and I don't think he would say it was aggressive.
And I think
his point was this guy, first of all, he's become a behemoth, sadly. He's got 5 million viewers on Rumble. He's got 1 million followers on X.
I agree.
This is all before Tucker Carlson. And he was platformed, I hate that verb, but he was platformed by Patrick Bet David. And he went on Dave Smith's show, and he went on another big show. He's been getting more and more purchase in the political ecosphere, including right wing.
And I think that's
Patrick
bad.
Bet-David has a huge show. I know, but
Patrick
did you know
more,
that Patrick Bet-David had him on?
Patrick
Did his
Bet-David,
life blow up?
Patrick Bet-David did a significantly more aggressive interview with Nick Fuentes than Tucker did.
Okay, but my point is simply he's growing. He's growing in stature. And so what I saw Tucker do was not whitewash his ideas, but try to put bumpers up on the guy. I know Tucker well. And
Numenax, yes. So Numenax says, when you say let allies do bad stuff, are you talking about the YPG actions in the past or how Turkey treats every Kurd like they're YPG? Yeah, so Kurdish revolutionaries have done suicide bombings and terrorist attacks within Turkey. And so as a result, Turkey tried to label all Kurds as either Islamic or communist terrorists. And then they treat Kurds like crap and kill them and imprison them and torture them and all that kind of stuff. Whereas the Kurds have been our allies in Iraq because the Kurds wanted to overthrow Saddam. So, yeah, I would actually criticize the terrorist tactics of the YPG and the communist and Islamist revolutionaries within the Kurdish population. But I do think the Kurds themselves, they're the largest stateless people on the planet. They are the largest ethno-religious population. I don't even think they're a religious population. I think there's like Christian, Jewish, and Muslim Kurds. But I think they're the largest ethnicity without a state.
I think that was his approach. And the way, if you want to
Jonah Zell says, what about war with respawns on? Bro, if we could, man, war with respawns on would be sick.
put a bumper up on Nick Fuentes, is it helpful to say, you're fucking vile, you're an anti-Semite?
Yes.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it
that
is.
doesn't put a...
Yes, it
no,
is.
it isn't. That makes
Yes,
the
it
audience
is.
feel good because you have hand-to-hand combat, but it doesn't help change that guy's view or his extremeness at all.
Okay, I'll tell you what doesn't change Nick
We're not trying to save Nick Fuentes. We're trying to save his audience.
Fuentes' view. Tucker Carlson with his arm around Nick Fuentes, grinning for the camera, while Nick Fuentes tweets out America first, and then triumphantly goes on the air the next day to explain that he has essentially used Tucker Carlson as a vehicle for manipulating other people. Okay, that's what Nick Fuentes is saying, not me, Nick Fuentes. Okay, and Nick Fuentes, and by the way, I will again say that Tucker Carlson, when you say to somebody in an interview, do you condemn anti-Semitism? And then the person says, sure, which is what Nick Fuentes said. He said, I'm not an anti-Semite, which is blatantly untrue. Yeah. A responsible journalist would then follow up, demonstrating that that is false. Tucker did not do that. He allowed him to get away with that, and then he allowed him to talk about, quote-unquote, organized Jewry, followed by Nick Fuentes being treated to a disquisition by Tucker Carlson about why Christian Zionists of all human beings on earth are the people that he hates the most.
He took that back.
You can't take that back. How do you take that back?
He did.
How?
Because he went, he spoke
then he should explain why it was wrong. He should explain why Christian Zionists are actually wonderful people.
Tucker is very quick to self-flagellate, and he went.
Dude, I think that sweep is mad funny. I think that's one of the funniest things where somebody's on your team is like, I take that back. And they're just like, yeah. I think that, dude, what if Vosh did that? What if Vosh did that with the Lolly controversy? What if he was like, yeah, my bad. Whoops, I take that back. And then everybody was just like, oh, cool. What if Destiny, like with his whole drama, what if he was like, you know what, Pixie? My bad. I take it back. And then she was like, oh, okay, cool. I think that's a crazy sweep. And by the way, I think Tucker feels exactly how he feels about Christian Zionists. He views Christian Zionists as useful idiots for Jewish Zionists. And he thinks that the wars that we fought in the Middle East and North Africa, if I had to guess based off of the way that he conducted that interview, he doesn't blame Iraq, Syria, Libya, Lebanon, 9/11 terror attacks. He doesn't blame any of that on Jewish Zionists. He blames that on Christian Zionists being dumb enough to be manipulated into wars from his perspective, not from mine. I actually think that we do have a vested interest in the Middle East and North Africa and oil stability, but you know, it is what it is. I'm gonna check in with West Coast Girl because she typed out a little bit, and I want to check in on that. West Coast Girl says, funny how some people only care about ethno-nationalism with one tiny Jewish majority country. Same people never seem to care, although they claim to, about Muslim ethnicities or even your Eastern Europe. Yeah.
And on with Dave Smith the next day, the next week, whatever, Monday, Tuesday this week, and said, that was stupid. I didn't mean that. He said, I'm angry at people like Lindsey.
Dylan, my Groiper-Spurg. I have a question for you because Dylan's jumping in here and he's like, Nick's base, lol, America first, Israel last, lol. Okay, so let me ask you a question. I'll see if I can get a legitimate answer from you. Okay, so Nick wants to dispossess Jewish folk of political power within the United States. How do you propose to do that? Give me a policy. Okay, are we talking about public criticism? Are we talking about declaring the ADL, the SPLC, AIPAC, whatever? Are we talking about breaking up NGOs or declaring them foreign agents, foreign lobbying agents? Are we allowing them to continue their operations while registering as foreign agents? With Adelsson, he always brings up the Adelsons. What about the Adelsons? Do we denaturalize and deport the Adelsons? What are you talking about with substantive policy? Okay, tell me about policy, not vibes.
Graham, I'm angry at people like Ted Cruz because he thinks they run headfirst in these conflicts and they don't think about what's going to happen to American kids.
Hold up. If we're talking about firing inside the tent, what everything Lindsey Graham, okay, and I'm not a huge Lindsey Graham fan. He votes with the president of the United States 100% of the time, and Tucker spent yesterday's show excoriating him as a psychosexual death worshiper. Does that sound like firing outside the tent? Again, these are the questions.
I'm not offended.
Again, the questions that I'm asking here, I'm not asking you to do anything, Megyn.
No, I know.
Okay,
I know.
I'm not.
Our beef is not with each other.
I'm not, okay? When I draw a line with regard to what I believe Tucker Carlson is doing.
Okay, Doobie, you're not a groiper, but I guess my question is, what would you do about the ADL? So I'm a constitutionalist. I believe in freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. I think that the Black Hebrews, the Black Israelites, they're allowed to believe in their supremacy. If the ADL, quote unquote, was a Jewish supremacist org, I think that's their right as Americans to believe that. I also think that like white nationalists or black nationalists or whatever, they're free to believe whatever cringe they want to believe. The way that I would try to fix that is through public criticism and excoriation. That's what I would do. So I guess my question to you is, would you take on any of the Groiper policies? Because the Groiper policies, as far as I know, are denaturalize and deport. That's like something that I've heard repeatedly.
The conservative movement and what he is fomenting, that is because that is my info, and everyone can make their own decision as to whether they think that I am right or whether I am wrong and where they choose to draw the line with regard to the conservative movement. The question for me is always whether somebody's statements are forwarding moral values that I think are worthwhile. I did not get into this business for the money or for the clicks. You didn't either.
Neither did he.
What was that?
Neither did he.
I mean, he may not have. That's fine.
I'm pretty sure Tucker already had money. Look at the way he dresses.
I certainly did not. I'm only going to speak for myself. And what that means for me is that if I see somebody breach basic moral values by having on a Nazi, and in my own view, you can take your own view, in my own view, gloss the Nazi, then I'm going to speak out about that, and I'm going to point out that there is a long pattern of him ideologically laundering terrible ideas over the course of the last 2 years, ranging from traveling to Russia to sniff the bread and explain why the Russian regime is actually wonderful, to saying last week that the Venezuelan regime of Nicolas Maduro is actually not that bad because they're being attacked by, in his words, globo homo.
Tucker's made the point, I'm not going to here to be Tucker's defender, but he's made the point that Maduro is culturally conservative.
Who gives a shit? The guy's
all right, Ben, you won me back a little bit.
a communist dictator. Everyone in his country is eating dog. He's shipping fentanyl to the United States to kill Americans. Why do I give a shit whether he's anti-LGBTQ rights? This is the number one thing about Nicolas Maduro. You know how far down the list you have to get before you can get to anything remotely recommendable about Nicolas Maduro?
I did ask him yesterday
about
the criticism that he didn't give Nick Fuentes a hard time, right? He didn't bring up the stuff that we've been talking about. No, he didn't. And here's what he said. It seemed to think that we've way overstated the number of Jews killed in the Holocaust. He's ripped on poor Usha Vance in the most offensive terms, which I mean, so what do you say to those people? Say, why didn't you raise any of that?
Do your own interview the way that you want to do it. You're not my editor. Buzz off. I mean, I don't know. You want to go yell at Nick Fuentes? I'll give you his cell. Call him and go sit and yell at him and feel virtuous or whatever. That's up to you.
People characterize that as Tucker Carlson saying that to Megyn Kelly, but I think Megyn Kelly, in order to soft blow that question, basically said other people are saying this. And I think Tucker Carlson was responding to quote unquote other people. But I think Ben will have an astute argument momentarily.
I agree with him. I agree with him. I agree with him. He did the interview that he wanted to do for a reason.
Here's the other thing I want to say. We all have different approaches in this industry, you know, and there's been a lot that people in podcasting have said that I disagree with, including many of the names that we've discussed tonight.
And we disagree too. I mean, yes, of course.
But, I mean, yes, rarely, but sometimes we do. But my own personal approach, generally,
y'all are disagreeing tonight. Let's put it that way.
When it's someone who's on what I consider to be my side, the side of sanity.
And this is the entire question, is whether I consider Tucker Carlson to be on my side.
I get it. But I would just say, just for the record, my own general approach, and this is my audience here, so they know, is in general, I will take on a position and I will make clear how I feel. For example, I've been asked, and some of my audience is mad at me for this, but what do you think happened to Charlie Kirk? And I believe a man named Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I believe he was influenced by trans Tifa, radical trans activists, that he fell in with a lunatic that goes by Lance Twiggs, that guy was extremely radical, and that he and possibly a band of others convinced this guy that violence was the answer. And I believe others knew about it before Charlie was killed. That's what I believe. And until you can show me cold, hard proof that it was something other than that, that's what I'm going with. And I don't want to do or say anything that will jeopardize the FBI investigation and prosecution of that guy to make sure he spends the rest of his life either behind bars or on the wrong end of a firing squad. But
which is a relatively, like, I get it. There might be some conservative red meat thrown in there, but that's like a relatively sane position. Is based off of the currently available evidence, a relatively left-wing guy shot Charlie Kirk in the neck. Unless you're like a JFK-style conspiracy theorist.
So I feel like I can make these points without attacking people who generally are on my side in fighting the deranged leftists who are killing us.
But then, does your coalition include Candace Owens, who's insinuating that TPUSA and the Israeli intelligence and Israeli citizens conspired in order to murder Charlie Kirk in order to take over TPUSA and turn it into a Ziocon establishment? That's what Ben's saying. He's like, hey, man, like, some of these people are legitimately schizo. And Megan's like, oh, yeah, well, the left is schizo, so we just need to keep fighting as a unified team. And Ben's like, no, it actually did go too far this time. And by the way, thank God. If Ben, you know, a lot of people have made this argument that Ben is anti-gay. He's arguably anti-black. He's arguably anti-Hispanic. He's obviously anti-illegal immigrant. He's probably more of like a technocratic capitalist and more free market than Donald Trump is. But he's effectively sold his principles because, in my opinion, he does care about Israeli geopolitical position and friendliness with the White House. That's probably one of the things that he cares about most. So the fact that Donald Trump, the fact that Biden and Harris were critics of Israel, even if you saw what they did as tepid, and the fact that Trump is willing to write Israel a blank check, he's probably very comfortable with that. So he's willing to take all the bad with that. So to finally have him go, you know what, enough is enough. You know, enough is enough. You came after me. F you. While you guys can point out that he swept for the Leopards Eating Faces party until the Leopards Eating Faces party finally ate his face. And up until then, his attitude had been, well, they're not going to eat my face. This is still a positive development, in my opinion.
The point is, so 2 points. One, you have to define your side. You do. There are limits to the
all
side.
the people who don't want to kill others based on their political.
Patriarch says the fact that the idea that Israel killed Charlie is so dumb they would have used space lasers, not a bolt action rifle. True.
ideology.
So I would agree with that, except for the fact that, as you showed, Nick Fuentes wants to kill others based on their political
He's not
ideology.
on my side. He's not with me.
My point is that Tucker treated him as though he was on his side.
And I see it differently. I think he
I
did
know-
an
I know you do.
exploratory interview where there was a possible attempt to put a bumper up on this guy.
I think that we don't have to go over ground that we've already covered. We can agree to disagree on that, and everyone can make up their own mind after going and watching the interview yourself.
Why don't we do the Larry David? I disagree to disagree. By the way, is it gloss or glaze?
All right, I'm good. It's later in the afternoon. My eyes are closing on me because I have a busy day, and I probably have a busy day later. I'm gonna go talk to the wife and see what the game plan is. Bex and I think Christian. It might have been Christian Valeris. He didn't pop in a chat today, but he might have sent me. Anyways, thank you, Christian. But they gave me enough for beer money, so I need to go talk to the wife because it is the Marine Corps birthday, which is kind of an important day. I do have some debate paperwork to fill out because I was supposed to do a debate tonight. Realistically, I was supposed to do it 2 weeks ago, but they asked me to fill out paperwork and I just haven't yet. So I'm going to fill out some paperwork for that and we're going to pick a date for the debate. It might be tonight, maybe not. But what I'm thinking is she told me that she has an appointment tomorrow afternoon. And so as a result, I cannot day drink. I cannot day drink and have her go to her appointment because I need to watch our children while I'm at an appointment or while she's at the appointment. So I can't day drink tomorrow. So I need to check and see if I can have a little bit of a late night stream tonight. And maybe we could celebrate the Marine Corps birthday and I could drink a 6-pack. And then we could hang out and I could tell war stories for a few hours. That sounds fun to me. So if there's something like extreme that needs to happen tonight, then, I might not be able to do it. But realistically, if the wife gives me permission, then I'm probably going to go buy a 6-pack or a 12-pack. I'm going to come back here. I'm going to tell you guys war stories and I'm going to drink beers. And it'll probably be really, 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 really funny. And then it'll probably be really, really, really emotional. And then we'll call it a night. And then that could be super fun. And then I think now I'm supposed to be spending more time with the wife. So she's probably going to be mad that I'm so booked up this week. But you guys gave me so much for beer that I might be able to buy her some fast food. Like I might be able to get some Chipotle or something. And maybe I could bribe her with Chipotle that way. So we'll see. Let me go try that now. But anyways, I'm going to shout out everybody who helped me out tonight at Parasocial. Love you guys. Dice 5, Big Leafy Tree, Doobie, Grassroots, Gentleman, Damon, Grassroots again, Bex with a membership and with a super chat who inspired the beer thing, Grassroots again, Gen X, Patriarch with 10 gifted Valor Media Network memberships, and Patriarch with 10 gifted, and then Grassroots with 10 gifted. Seriously, thank you guys. I could not do this without you. I also want to shout out Doobie. I know that you guys hate him, but he is the king of the day. He offered to use his Discord community, the political community. If you want to ask him on Discord about the politics Discord, if you want to join it, but it's the largest political community in online politics. And he helped out with the King Solidus fundraiser. King Solidus now has $2,000. He can afford his deductible. So King Solidus, I hope you're happy. I'm happy for you. I hope that you get your shoulder taken care of, and I hope that you're able to play with your children again. Doobie says you should ask yourself why you're not okay with doing it in the case of Israel. I think you're asking Numinax that question, so I'm going to skip that one. Kiko said, is Chipotle considered fast food? Kind of, but it's considered the nice fast food. Laters all, have a good day. Thank you, Badusai, for hanging out, even though I yell at you sometimes. West Coast Girl says, Connor, buy flowers for your wife, more spontaneous romantically. Okay. Yeah, I think we got enough for that. So thank you, West Coast Girl. Thank you for the idea. But anyways, I Parasocial love you guys. I'll see you maybe tonight, maybe at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. You look disheveled as fuck. Well, it's because I'm growing my hair out. I don't know if I'm going to keep growing my hair out. We'll see. But anyways, late night drinking stream? Maybe. Let's see. See you in a bit.